Okay, think we are good. Good morning, everyone. Zoom folks, you have to just let me know if you all can hear me. Good. Get going.
Yes, very loud and clear.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna get started. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. This is session 5 of our NPO cluster training. And I just want to thank everyone that has participated. For those of you that are here for the first time, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. For our return organizations, thank you so much. One of the lessons that I could definitely say off the bat that we have learned throughout this process is that getting organized as a sector is work. So please bear with us as we figure it out. One of the things that we definitely hope comes through this process, in addition to helping Bahamian nonprofits function optimally and work better together, is to get a better idea of who the players are, the best ways to reach people. I had a conversation a few minutes ago about some folks who definitely should have been in the loop, but we're learning as we go. So I thank everyone for your patience. And I just want to ask that if there's anyone who hasn't had the opportunity to fill out the initial registration form, not the RSVP for a specific session, to let us know if you're here or on Zoom in the chat, so that I can send that to you and we can get your details and information. And the likelihood that someone from our team or one of our partners will be reaching out to get more information from you is quite high. So while you're here, we would greatly appreciate when we do reach out, if you could provide us with any information that we need to stay better in touch. But today, on the heels of a really great session last week, we're going to be talking about communication for social action and advocacy. And I think that this session will be particularly important because communications play such a crucial and pertinent role in the success of civil society and nonprofit organizations. And as we would have discussed in several of our previous sessions, we recognize that when, for smaller organizations in particular, and even some of the larger ones, some of these points of specialty can be struggle points for us, because you may have a subject matter expert in the particular community that you serve or around the cause that you are working toward. But having these supplementary and support mechanisms built in to our function is really important. So being able to link your communications to social action and advocacy is a skill that could be sort of tricky when you don't necessarily have someone that specializes in that area. And then for those of us that do have those members on our team, I think that today is an ideal session to have a look at some of the best practices of communications for NPOs. And I believe that Shantez, who's on her way, will actually be working us through some very tangible tools that we can use to craft annual communications plans, or for those of us that have them, can use to measure them up against some of the tools that she shares with us today. So I am really looking forward to today's session. We are probably going to start with a session that brings together a lot of what we've been talking about in previous sessions, looking back at collaboration and doing somewhat of a self-assessment that Matt's going to run us through in just a bit of where we are and what that landscape for collaboration is looking like, and how we can continue to position ourselves to be effective partners and identify the best opportunities for partnerships. And that has definitely been an underlying or overlying tone of this entire series. So I do think that if we want this to not be just another thing where we meet and then we go back into our silos, using these actual tools to help us to assess where we are and to make those tangible steps bit by bit to what we can become so that we're better positioned to collaborate, do more effective work, fundraise, communicate, and all of the other skills that have and will continue to come up in our final two sessions beyond this. I think that is really important. So as usual, one of the things that's most valuable to us in everything that we're doing is the conversation, because we are, org is a facilitator by nature. So having a good understanding of what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and how we can even better position ourselves to be of support to you is really helpful. So feel free to engage. We'll be monitoring the Zoom chat. And I hope that we have a productive day. So with that, I will turn it over to Matt to take over with our self-assessment.
And I think again, as that point of knowing who's in the room, let's even go practically about that. Yes. So I think let's start with a quick round of introductions. So we would know we have. It's interesting as we've done this as a hybrid because we obviously want to make it accessible to folks in our family islands as well. We're not giving up on hope that we'll bring one of these to the family islands in the coming months, but we'll see. But one of the bigger points is it also gives folks who decided they can participate remotely or in person. So we're kind of always up in the air about how much, it's been the same amount of people. It's just been, some of them have been in person, some of them have been online. What's been great is that participation, that cross-pollination of discussion has actually worked very well too. So we're really looking forward to that. So without further ado, can I ask the folks in the room to introduce yourselves, which organization you're with, and then we'll go to the virtual room.
Hi everyone, my name is JJ Turnquest. I'm here representing Cancer Funder. I am their communications multimedia and events manager. I joined the organization about a year and a half ago, and I have a long history in media myself. Career media dates back to.
Many of us not-for-profits are very committed and thankful to all your work to keep us in the public eye for so many years. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Leslie Tishbone-Newey from Leslie Co. I'm a publicist. I am a Rotarian. I have represented organizations like Rise for Homeless. I'm representing a new charity here in the Bahamas called PAP, which is Peace Urban Renewal Program for peace and life coaching for youth in custody. And I believe strongly in advocacy.
Oh, so sorry. I apologize. Yes. No, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Cartwright. I am representing NAGB, National Art Gallery for Public, here today, and I'm the Education and Outreach Manager, but I do a lot of work with development communications as well. Typical nonprofit. So yeah, I've been working in the arts and advocacy and art administration. I actually worked in development at the Bahamas National Trust for several years, and really and truly, it's turned into a life's work, life's passion. I'm not quite sure, but it's become something. I'm still here.
Congratulations, that's great.
I Crystal Darling. And I have been to for a few months now. I work in children for 5 years for that. And I worked in social media and congratulations on the new post. Yeah.
Yes. There's obviously lots of attention about government taking media, but it seems like our sector is doing a little bit of work there too. Not bad, yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Anthony Hamilton, the president of Civil Society Bahamas, the apex body for NPOs in the country. Also the chair for August Accountability Committee. And what else can I think? There are a number of things I can say. Yeah, yes, but I simply put it this way: advocacy, mediation, administration, law, and business finance. That's the background.
And our folks online? Oh, sorry.
Good morning. I am Nicolette Fountain. I am the office administrator and the executive assistant at the Bahamas Feeding Network. I began with them last August. I have a background in education, but I feel like I came home. I feel like all of my experiences, my skill set, the people I've met along my life have led me to this place. And I just really want to shout out org for these fantastic seminars the past few months.
Thank you, Nicolette. And we're very glad to have you home.
Thank you. And yeah, I should have told you I wasn't going to make it in person. I was out of town for the last 2 days. I figure I should go show myself in the office today.
The people who are here are going to have plenty of sandwiches for lunch. That's all I got to say. Anishka? We'll come back to Anishka. Darshal?
Hi, everybody. My name is Darshel Henderson. I'm representing the NAGB. I am the communications officer there. And I've been with the institution for going on 8 years.
Great. Thank you so much. Anishka, are you able to chime in? Maybe not. Okay. Dario?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dario Maker. I am a co-founder of Mod Squared, stands for Man of Today, Man of Tomorrow. It's a mentoring program for boys and young men. I'm excited to be a part of this training. I just discovered this training last week during that was when the flyer was posted and the United Men chat. So this is something that is needed because Mod Squared is very new. It's actually a baby, and we're in the process of forming an NPO. So I'm happy to be here to learn. I'm going back over the other 4 videos just to catch up, but I'm happy to be at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. We're very glad to have you. And I can just take that as a launch point to remind folks, we have 2 more sessions, one on the 25th, one on the 31st. We will send those flyers out. Make sure you spread them to your networks. One of our challenges in our sector is we're not as well tied in. We don't have a big master list quite yet. We're working on that. But in the birds of a feather model, please let those folks that you know, because they might very well appreciate this. So thank you so much. Juliet from Advocacy.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Juliet Deal. I'm the co-founder and director for Hopetown Zero Waste that started in 2015. So we're a waste reduction and diversion organization and program funded by the UN Jeff grants. And then also the strategic director for a newly formed group. We're actually a group of stakeholders coming together called Advocacy Zero Waste. And I'm the strategic director for that. My background is in integrated solid waste management, focused on small islands. So I'm very grateful to do what I love back home and try and find real solutions to waste reduction. So thank you, Matt and Stefan, for putting this on and bringing all of us together.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you. Karen, good morning.
Hi, this is Karen Panton. Matt?
Yes.
Oh, morning, Matt. Morning, everyone. I'm just glad to be here. I'm actually on my way, but I didn't want to miss anything, so I'm trying it on now until I get to the library. So I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be great. Thank you.
Great. We'll see you in a few.
Okay.
Kimberly?
Of course, now it won't unmute. Good morning. My name is Kimberly Miners. I am with Civil Society Bahamas and several other nonprofits, but I want to thank Dr. Hamilton for inviting us. I cannot stay for the entire presentation today, but I'm happy to join in at this juncture. I am with the membership and education committee and have some responsibilities towards membership in particular. And like I said, I'm pretty happy to be here. And thanks again, Dr. Hamilton, for the invitation.
Great. We're glad to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also from Civil Society Bahamas, Maryland. Marilyn may be having a problem unmuting. Dr. Jean-Pierre, while we're waiting for Marilyn.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for this great opportunity to learn so much about fundraising. I am Marquis Jean-Pierre. I'm a professor at UB. I am the head of the foreign language department there, and I am actually taking an opportunity to learn more about what you are teaching here. But my work in terms of, I teach at UB as a professor at UB, but and I live in the Bahamas. But my work focuses more on schools in Haiti. But I really wanted to learn more about a strategy for fundraising. So I have taken the opportunity to go to the workshop, and I have learned a lot from the last session. Unfortunately, I cannot be on site because we have an interview this week, but I'm trying my best to get the most that we can offer.
No worries. Well, we're glad to have you, and for future sessions, we're probably going to be right back here at UB, so you can just come on over.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. Matthew, are there? Nikia.
Yeah.
Oh, Shanta. We're just doing a round of introductions. Come on in. Nikia, can you hear us? Well, then we'll move to Tina.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tina Bethel. I'm a director with Bahamas Association Sexual Health and Rights. It's a pleasure to be here. I was at the last session, so looking to learn a lot more in this session and moving forward.
Thank you so much. And last but by no means least, Stephanie, who has been, I think, at all of our sessions, and unfortunately is kept away through no fault of her own today, but we're so glad to have you with us virtually as well.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Matt. Yes, I would love to be in person. My name is Minister Stephanie Fred. I am the president and director of Princess Court Ministries, Mentoring Ministries, and serve under many other umbrellas, such as civil society, Civil, Bahamas National Chapter, and so forth. But yes, I'm a volunteer, a Rotarian at heart and a volunteer.
That's great. Well, and our special guest today, Shantez Dillett-Wilson, has arrived. She is in the building, and we're going to give her a few minutes while she organizes her content. So I'm going to go ahead and jump a little bit in our order. Today we were going to do our work on comms in the morning, break for lunch, and then do some workshops to help you actually build your plans, and Shantez can work with you through that. And then I was going to close with a very few points and slides on the topic of kind of furthering this concept of collaboration. This whole training session has been really around the theme of how can not-for-profits work better together. There's so many of us, we're fractured in many ways. We work in our areas, whether it be in the Family Islands versus in Nassau or a particular sector or area, and then we don't necessarily come together organically. So everything of these sessions that we've talked about, from leadership to management structure to project management to setting objectives, have been with this theme of not only how can we do it as ourselves, as not-for-profits, but more importantly, how do we position ourselves to maybe utilize it together? The training today isn't necessarily organized only for collaboration. It's actually for individual organizations to really maximize their communications. But I wanted to add a couple of things we came from. And I really dedicate some of this in many ways to conversations that I've had with many of you talking about how does this really look. So I'm going to jump to a couple of slides that will maybe illustrate that a little bit. So when we talk about alliances and partnerships between organizations, there's some research that kind of shows what makes that work. So we've talked about different types of structures. We've talked about fundraising and the concept of collaborative fundraising. We've given you some tools, but when you throw it all together, what are the conditions that tend to make collaborations be more successful? So I wanted to kind of share some of these, and as always in our discussions, get any thoughts you might have of ones that maybe aren't here, or thoughts or comments or examples of where we've utilized these. So collaboration, strategic alliances, I'll stand over here, strategic alliances between not-for-profit organizations tend to work best when there are strong working relationships among the executives. Now, executives we have a lot of volunteer organizations, doesn't mean you have to be a paid professional to be that executive, but somebody that is in substantial position of leadership for those organizations. So it also values it also talks about the fact that we need to find value for us to be in the same room sometimes. Maybe not even for a specific project, but just that we're in the same space. A lot of times we see each other when government calls a certain event or there's an international conference or those types of things. But finding ways for us as not-for-profit leaders to gather, to share information, whether it be formally or informally, actually sets a tone that we're going to be better and more likely to be able to collaborate. When we come together around a crisis, we don't have a lot of things to build on. We haven't built a bank of trust. We don't know each other as well. We may personally know each other or our work, but by having done and spending some time on fellowship, it actually sets a foundation that when we need to do it, it can actually happen. And it reminds us of one of the kind of concurrent themes of this whole series of trainings is about being intentional. So often we are those autonomous problem solvers and we do things kind of intuitively and automatically, and we address issues, we rise to the challenge. But being intentional, that how can we use and maximize these skills, I think points us to say, in the course of my busy month, let me make a point to have lunch with a couple of not-for-profit folks, or give them a call and say, hey, what's going on in Eleuthera? How are things happening there? What's going on in Advocacy? What are the kind of priorities? Or I just saw an article that I want to share with you because it made me think of your work. Building those informal partnerships can actually help us as we go forward. It also gives you a little bit of background, because when people are in crisis, sometimes you see a side of them that you've never seen before. And so that can be good, and that always can be stressful. So having that bank of, we know each other, we've worked together, also provides a little of the social lubrication that's necessary for that. Making sure that whatever we start as part of our alliances isn't seen as terminal. So if a hurricane happens, God forbid, and we have to step forward and make sure that we're providing resources to kids who've been displaced, how do we make sure that once they go back, there's a continuity of what we've provided them? How do we support that? Thinking about the long term, not just why are we collaborating on this thing, but what does it mean? And then who would have that relationship? Okay, we saw that within some of the food distribution efforts. Okay, who's going to continue these long-term relationships? Some of those groups weren't critically involved in those types of programs outside of that crisis. Involvement in the alliance by all boards. So as not-for-profits, we've all been registered. Everybody has a board. That level of involvement with each board can be different, but those boards have a principal understanding of oversight and vision. Too often, and we've done it, I know as our organization, we've forged alliances and our board learns about it when it's paper, because it seems so logical and intuitive. It's important, again, that we build in our volunteer leadership, that visionary part, so they also understand why these relationships are critical. And then they can support them and help to foster them as well. They also give you the bounce back of, should we do this? Do we give that? Giving those boards evidence-based information regarding collaboration. The general term of we're partnering with organization X is too fluffy. This is why we're doing it. This is what our goal is, and this is why it justified why we should be portioning some of our resources towards this, because it makes a lot of sense, because it tracks out and shows how our missions are aligned. So evidence and having a clear plan is also really important. Before the collaboration, and again, too often we respond to a crisis. We come together because it's a common issue. Government's going to pass this law, and we see, wow, that's a challenge that will affect the people we serve. We got to partner because we all are joined in that way. But we don't necessarily track out why that's going to be mutually beneficial for each of our organizations and have those clearly articulated. So again, that sense of intentionality, making sure that we know why we're doing what we're doing, and then be able to articulate that outside of the core working group. Obviously, funders are crucial. Funders are, as we heard last week, funders are very interested in this concept of collaboration. They really want to know about it. They want to know what it's about, what kind of opportunities there might be into to help build the impact. Dr. Hamilton, you're joining us. So making sure that they are part of our network, our collaborative funders. Sometimes it's a mutual funder. It would be good for them to know, hey, these two entities that you're supporting are working together and leveraging. Having opportunities, again, for the conditions, you can't always set this up because sometimes it is the first collaboration, but when you've collaborated with a group before, it increases the success factors for collaboration in the future. So just noting that as we're looking for who are good potential collaborators, it may be those people you've worked with before, and that history can help support that. The inclusion and support of non-administrative staff in the planning and implementation. We talk about this all the time, that having the stakeholders involved in the formative stages of developing plans or policies is absolutely crucial. We in our not-for-profits tend to speak about that. We don't always think about who are those people that are with us that maybe are running the programs, that are at the front line. Make sure they understand and have a voice in what this collaboration is going to look like. That it's not just hashed out between a couple of leadership folks that then carry it down to the folks who actually have to do the programs. So ensuring that there's that constant loop is crucial, and it really improves the possibilities of success. And then looking at the financial and the legal information about a partner prior to the alliance. And again, it also speaks to the level of depth. We're going to do a job fair together. You probably don't need to unbundle all the legalese or what somebody's budget or what their structures of their funders are. But the bigger the opportunity, the more information you do want to know about who those partners might be, because it may inform what level of partnership, how much you put forward, your confidence, and it also may also support those volunteer leaders to understand why you're doing or what you're doing and be able to mitigate against liabilities, because there obviously are liabilities with collaboration. It could be a diversion of critical resources. It could take you off of track from your mission. It could be something that puts you out in a circumstance where you're taking a risk that isn't as clear. It could challenge funders. There's lots of things that are there. So you want to make sure you have as much information as possible. Any points, questions, things I might have missed on this? Yeah, good. All right, folks online, feel free to chime in. Obviously, we want you in the conversation too. Yes, please.
Governmental while also having nonprofit status, a very place to be. Which also means that the way our board is elected is not at all. And unfortunately, what that means is sometimes we have people who are interested. Sometimes we have people, many times we have people who are not very interested, just don't have the time for the institution. So, and then you also, and because of that, you don't have a balance where you have everybody on the board kind of by check and balance. So there's always a couple of individuals who are always pushing out. And what you find happening internally is that at the executive level, management level, the EE level, that we're the ones pushing back and trying to be those checks and balances, right? So many times when it comes to things like collaborations, our general attitude is, it's better that they don't know. Because if they find out, it's going to make it even more, it's going to actually, it could either one derail the whole thing. We've actually seen this happen, and we've had to salvage like really important relationships at the end of the because of that. Or you could just end up with somebody who they either derail it, or if they choose to get involved, they actually stifle it and make it move a lot slower than it could. So I guess that's more of a statement. I don't know there's no, I want to say solution for that.
So it's on, I mean, oddly enough, it doesn't just exist for those boards that are appointed by government. It exists by groups that are assembled. You know, many have been assembled for a long, long time, where it can get derailed because somebody has a particular agenda, somebody has their own perception. When we were founded, or not when I were founded, when I came aboard, we were operational for a year, and we had and put some money to a communications team, and they had like a credit of monies that we could use. So I was like, great, I came to the organization, and there's a budget for comms and promotions, and one of our principal persons who was in the board was like, I don't like who that person is, and we're not going to work with them. And so you were confronted with this. Okay, and so we went right into that same mode of, we're going to work around this, we're going to figure this. And I think too often that is our approach as not-for-profits. Practically, you have to. You're the one that is doing this 365. You're the one who's doing this 5 days a week. You've got to make these things happen. What that translates to is we have a group that's attached, has a role and responsibility, but we haven't necessarily organized that in a way that it could support us, or we can identify those challenges early on. So it goes to the, again, advanced work that's necessary to get to that point. I think many of us find ourselves in the same circumstance. And so ideally, what we're saying is these are the conditions that make it best for collaboration. But sometimes that's not the best approach, because practically that may not be a way to do it. The work that we have to do to also organize, actually, it's a good segue. The work that we have to do to organize our own organizations to prepare to be a successful collaboration also come in our own assessment. Where are we? What are the assets? What are the things we bring to the table? So here's kind of an assessment structure, a framework that are just some questions that as we go through this, we can kind of ask about our organizations to like knock out, where are we? Just so we know. It's not a yes or no. It's more an exploration of what are our circumstances as an alliance or a collaboration. So it's some couple of statements to say that it requires the commitment of our staff, our board, and some level of financial resources. And as you go forward in a process, that commitment increases. The more you commit, we come from plan to, we're going to do an event, we're going to do a campaign, we're going to do X, Y, Z. The more you get into this, the more you have to ensure that you're involved. If things go well as part of a public campaign, you're going to have to be available for those media interviews. You're going to have to be that. If programs start to develop and you have the opportunity for expansion and potential funding, you got to commit the human resources. And so you also need all of your team on board to be able to meet those roles. And that you're looking at, like, what does that mean? So you're kind of asking yourselves those questions of, before I get into this, are we positioned to be able to do that? Funding also is always crucial. On the short term with alliances, you're rarely saving money. You can go into it thinking we're going to collaborate, and maybe my resources and your resources could be brought together. But in the short term, that may mean that you're putting resources to something which take away from the monies you have available for your day-to-day. So there could be some short-term impacts. So what are those costs, and how financially can your organization manage the things that are required to kind of push through within that? Can you do an alliance, and will it have an impact on your day-to-day? You have to draw somebody from one responsibility to another. What will be that control? Like how well are we able to share governance? we have a board that is very fixed, that it has to be us and our way and all way, maybe not as well right now. Or maybe that has to be, that will inform the kind of alliance or kind of partnerships that need to be addressed. What are our cultures, our values, our customs? We've talked about missions and visions already. What is a brand? If our brand is aligned with that other thing, and this partnership is really there, what does that mean for our brand? In the strongest legal alliance would be like a merger. What happens to the name of a brand? So the scope of what you do, what it's called, program name, those types of things, they have value and equity that you as an organization may have already built up. So when bringing somebody else into the fold, you have to test that out. What are the implications and the thought of that? What's gonna preserve our self-interests? What are the community attitudes about what a potential partnership might look like? Obviously, is our leadership on board? Is there a unity of the strategic purpose? A lot of what we've been talking about these sessions talk to that. Can everybody speak with one voice? Are the relationships between the board and the management stable? We just, that's again, if there's challenges, they're going to come up in other ways. Are there internal impediments? And is the organization currently in crisis? You may have no choice. Hurricanes happen. Your mandate is to be doing stuff that affects, or your beneficiaries are affected by what has unfolded. You have to get involved. But if your organization is already in flux, or there's some other challenge that's going on, you need to figure out how to stabilize that, so that going into a potential alliance, it doesn't, make it worse, open up areas or issues. So this is kind of a self-assessment to tick back through many of the things we've already talked about and give a sense to say, are we prepared for this going forward? And as I said, you may have to do an alliance for many, many reasons where you say that our board's not ready and we may have some challenges, but we know we have to do it. But at least you've then identified those issues beforehand. You can be clear about what they are and also build those into your planning internally, but also with your potential partners or collaborations. Make sense? Yes, please do.
Very interesting contribution with regard to that board configuration. The thing that popped to me was the national development plan in terms of common focus on the national thing. It makes it easier, even though we have to deal with gymnastics by virtue of the nature of the organization we're dealing with. But the common thread with regard to national development is the key thing. This is where a question is going to break. A number of things that might be run through. When we interact with each other, the biggest challenge I think we have here is the silo mentality. I need to break the silos because what they're doing, we're mismanaging resources. And the answer to this is first to better use our resources, and we can do it. We have the answers to this. We do. It's resident in each of us, but it's the coming together and the TIF mentality. Very interesting that you brought up the internal aspect with regard to the national board or government pointing forward. Of course, it's coming in their respective agendas. But these are the dynamics that we're dealing with. And we just have to be real about it. We have to be honest about it. I think the biggest thing we need in our sector is to be honest. And there's a lot of dishonesty within the sector that we need to address. A lot of people don't see it. But this kind of dialogue brings it out. And then
Hi, yes,
Thanks for doing it.
one of the things that we need to also bring people together is the leadership skill, desire, willingness to do that. We have no leadership. I'm from the environmental sector. And there's no real leadership in that sector. There are persons in the sector who are responsible for specific things, whether it's protected areas or climate change. But that voice that says, come together, all of you, and let's see where we are and what each organization brings and capacities and so forth. We figure it all out. And as we said, we have finite resources. We don't have even a third of what it takes to finance what is necessary in space. So we can have that clear leadership. In my organization, Bahamas Protected Areas Fund has always been asked to do it. But that's not our mandate. We don't have the legal team to do that. So I think that maybe a group of us need to go and talk to the policy and say, we need, you guys to do what you want. Voted in to do and bring us together, facilitate that type of discussion.
Well, I think so. Let me cast the potentials of that, because I think that's the model we've been following to some degree. Somebody gets empowered in formal government power. They bring an assembly together. They may even select a potential leader or foster that sense of leadership themselves, and we respond accordingly. Who does what? We jockey for position. We try and, I want to get my resources. I want to make sure you know about my organization versus her organization. And it still doesn't seem like we've quite sorted that out. So-
Is that working in your sector?
No.
It's certainly not
No.
working.
So that's part of the long game of these types of sessions, is that I do think that there is opportunity for us to organize ourselves.
Okay.
That sense of leadership comes from, as you said, getting a group of us together that have common threads, common themes, common issues, and we identify where those meet. Because out of that, when formal power person says, here's the new thing, here's the new policy, here's the new agency, here's what we're doing about, protecting our reefs. All of a sudden, we've got a mobilized group that say, we know something. And it's not just Karen, and it's not just Shantez, and it's not just JJ, it's now we've got a few folks that kind of look at it from different angles. We tend to wait until we're called instead of organizing themselves, right?
So here's what we want to be different. Now, I'm gonna run back here. When the administration changed, we went to minister. As a group of us,
Right.
we're gonna meet and we're gonna tell you, we're gonna talk through the 5 priorities. And allow that to feed into whatever is your mandate or vision. Well, I'm here. So.
No,
Right.
that's necessary.
These ones have the technical experience to say, tell what the issues are in the field. And we're bringing this to you to facilitate a solution, not for you to come and impose upon us. And I'm a environmental finance person. I'm not a scientist, so don't ask me anything. But I'm saying that we should be the drivers.
So what I would say is, you've got the right approach. But as we all know, learning skills, sometimes the first time, repetition is a thing, right?
Yeah.
So I think we don't have good history for having done that. That's kind of a new thing, and we're seeing the group that Juliet's leading in Advocacy coming together to do that work. We're seeing food security groups that are starting to formalize. We saw a great grouping of folks who were gathered around child protection. It's happening in smaller ways, but we've got to be intentional with it. And now, again, give me a good segue to my slide, and then I won't let Shantez sit too long. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right.
No, I just asked the
Yes.
question, do we ever ask the leaders who we put there what their vision is? We find out what their vision is and what their goals are.
Like ministerial leadership?
I'm talking in government.
Yeah.
They have their, all leaders have their idea. Well, I don't want to use the agenda, but they're doing what they want to do.
They
Okay.
campaign on that.
Yeah.
They're not shy, we should.
Yeah, well, it's one of the things that they campaigned on, but like I said. Like you said. I have to add to this, because I think I'm the first year in the art sector. So the Karen's point, I think, the environmental groups, they are in a very particular space because for the most part, to be able to affect like real change, you do need to have government behind.
Yes.
To write policy and to actually implement the policy. And in the arts, especially the visual arts, we've been kind of left our own, because most times nobody even knows what's going on. So the fact that the National Art in Bahamas exists is amazing. And it's our 20-year anniversary in July. Yay.
Awesome.
But the reality is that, we're having this really great conversation with Pat Ramey, and we're talking about the value of grassroots.
Yes.
And community. And what we've been doing as an institution, because while we fall under government, we have realized many years ago that we cannot depend on it.
Yes.
And if anything, we have to work hard not to be dependent on them, because the minute they get involved in anything,
Careful, they record it.
Let me say that.
It becomes complicated.
It becomes very complicated, and it's because, like Crystal was saying, they're very clear about their agendas, but many times, we always remember they're also just people, right? Who are put in these positions for very short periods of time, And they are working and they walk into systems that are quite dysfunctional. So even if they have the best of intentions, I'm not making excuses for them. I'm just saying, or from a very realistic point, pragmatic point of view, they're also walking into systems that they're hoping to change, and they realize that I don't know if I can do this in a very short period of time. I'm going to be here.
But also walking into systems they want to change and not having the infrastructure to be able to change it and thinking that they can come in and change it, like you said, in a short period.
Mhm.
And not realizing the people that they have in place that they want to do this are not able to.
Mhm.
Absolutely not. So, so our attitude, that we understand that that's a particular animal, and generally politicians are followers, they're not leaders. It's the people who have to take the lead.
So that's part of the impetus for us even getting into this space of working with other not-for-profit organizations. Is critically, we see organizations like yours as those essential vehicles to mobilize the concepts of public interest and accelerate it. So left to its own devices, government is always going to have a plan. And that plan and those policies are developed, and maybe with the best of intention, but if we don't have stakeholder voices and groups like yours that are providing the expertise and information, then they're making decisions with not as much information as they would potentially need. And then policies, practices, programs, and funding don't achieve what they would. Let's take the assumption that nobody would come up with a thing that they don't want to really happen. So let's say that in the best possible way. But without us playing our part, there's a missing piece, right? Us accelerating ourselves, us leveraging our partnerships, our relationships allows us to better do that. Dr. Hamilton started out talking about the National Development Plan as a structure that stands and says, okay, we can understand the plan. We can understand when you have a thing like that we contribute to, that the government is working towards, that private sector can realize, oh, this is how I can leverage that. More things can happen that will provide those legitimate opportunities for leadership. Right now, let's say we mobilize and develop leaders and structures without this being regularized, it becomes confrontational. And that's not necessarily the best. There are times for that, but that's not necessarily the best long-term operational need for organizations, particularly many of ours that are working on shoestring budgets, right? So we need to have the circumstance there. So partnerships, again, all of these things that we're doing through the trainings are legitimately beneficial, hopefully, to your organization. And it's also why in our training, our goal, our target audience are you that are working and running organizations. We're not necessarily, this isn't organized for folks who are thinking about getting into the not-for-profit space. It's people that are working it and living it and breathing it right now, because we think you have the best capacity to take this information and apply it in a way that makes sense. So when we think about that, again, we talk about this intentional process of building relationships. So I'm going to leave you with this, and this will be the last slide I share, of thinking about the concept that we're dating. The not-for-profit partnerships is a process of relationship building. And as you follow the stages, it kind of puts you in a space of what are we to be doing and how do we lead to it and what are we doing for what? Too often, like, again, an issue happens and we go from stage one to we have a thing and we're now all rallied around it without going through some of the other steps. So all the things we've talked about, the tools, are now being thought about in this pathway. So playing the field, and, again, using the thought of relationship development, you're getting to know other groups. You're seeing who's out there. Not everybody and not everything makes a good match or a good partnership. Understanding that. What are those options for what a partnership might be and what it might look like? Who really lines up? How are we making a differential assessment for, does our organization do partnerships well with groups like this or like this? We're in a time where it used to be very much the model that there were umbrella organizations, that was how things worked. And in other spaces, that's still, there's an association where all groups, where we are in our model, people still want and need the opportunity to shine in their own right. And so the umbrella needs to be a little transparent, or needs to be a tapestry, or it needs to be connectivity. So finding out when and why you would commit needs to be clear. Listening, talking to, why would we do this thing? You ever been in, date 2 and you're like, I really like this person, but you go talk to your friends about what do you think about it? Or you do a little research, or you kind of find out, what do you think, they said this, does that mean something? So spending some time to be discriminating. whether we decide we're gonna, really match or decide this is not the way, then taking it more legally or more formally, and then now doing the work. So these don't and shouldn't happen quickly. They should have some distinct thoughts about why you're doing what you're doing and what it's gonna lead to related to the next level. So being, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And being clear about what your objectives are allows you to pair and make some decisions that help you to say, this is what that may look like. It may be that a geographic cluster makes a lot of sense in the Family Islands. No matter what we all do, we share the same experience of being around the same community. It may also be that we know that across the archipelago, all groups that do this thing should have a familiarity. That allows us to be able to say when times for formal partnerships happen, we have a lot of understanding. So the hope is out of this that we also kind of get to know each other better, gather some more information about each other, and then we're now thinking, these are some of my additional potential resources. And when time comes, these are the things that we want to work towards and why we want to work towards. We have to put it into play, but yes.
Sorry, Julia, I had a question.
Oh, please, go ahead, Julia.
Hi, Matt. So this goes back to actually talking about government. And the question I have is, do they provide us with a communication plan that works best for them? So some of the funding opportunities that are larger require the sign off of different ministries in order to access that funding. And recently we had an experience where we thought we took all the right steps and had everything in place to move forward with a pretty large funding opportunity. And it was, shot down for different reasons in politics. But one of the things that I think is important to understand is not only our internal communications, but also what are the best ways to communicate with government? Who should we be contacting? Is it the admins? Is it who directly are we communicating with to make sure that we can schedule the meetings that we need to schedule and get in front of the right people to do the presentations that we need to in order to access this international funding? Because it's very difficult sometimes to access it, and to have this type of opportunity that we had, it did take us aback. Actually, we were quite we were quite caught off guard that we thought we had everything we needed for that.
I think that's a key point, and I think your experience with, hearing it was, when you talked to me about it, was like really textbook of like why this doesn't and isn't working. Well, you've again given me a great segue, because we actually have a communications person today that's going to speak to us about how we organize ourselves in communications, but also, if you press her, she might even give a little insight as to how best to communicate within government. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce her and throw her under the bus. Shantez Dillon-Wilson, who is the Deputy Director for Communications in the Office of Prime Minister. Back in her past, she used to be part of our NPO ranks, and she's still got her ties in many different ways. But we're really excited to have her today. And I think, again, on the communication standpoint, it needs to be thought through, just as Juliet speaks to, is not just how do we communicate within our own organizations, how do we then think about collaboratively communicating, and more importantly, how do we get that out? And one of those key audiences, as I see all of our heads nodding, is also how do we make sure that that interfaces with what government can do. So, Shantez, welcome. Thank you.
So first and foremost, thank you, Matt, for having me, and thanks everyone for being here. That includes everyone on digital. I did not realize that would be such a big component, but I sent Stefan some slides, which will act essentially as a worksheet for everybody, because I'm going to forewarn you, this is going to look very sparse, because I came here today to give all work. Not the other way around. Essentially, how I've set this up is almost lesson style, where we will actually go through a communications plan, and you will each build out for your organization. If you don't have your laptops, I didn't quite anticipate that, but you can essentially kind of follow along and make notes. I will be having someone who can come up and present some of your stuff, so also be prepared for that. And we will not be doing, because the time period does not give us the scope, I want to say, to do an annual comms plan, that kind of scope. So I have set this up more. Sorry, I gave you the wrong one.
Did you?
This is confidential. Everybody.
I sent it, but I'll take it. Can you send it to info@org? Is that possible right now, or no, or you can send it to me again and I'll just.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, you can-
Send a note, send a note behind it.
Sorry, Zoom, y'all delete that presentation that I sent. If you've downloaded it, I will remove it from the chat. Sorry. We'll get the updated one momentarily.
That's on your email.
I sent it in the Zoom chat, but I'm gonna send it out to email for everyone who is here.
You're rushing.
Yeah.
That's me. Oh, yeah.
Hopefully you don't have any confidential.
So Matt, while we're waiting,
Yes.
I have a question, because the whole thing of advocacy, we live in a very political environment. So, a very, F&M, PLP type of environment. How do we get around that and create something that is nonpartisan, or that is perceived as nonpartisan? Because it could be a good idea, but if you go in to say a different administration, they might see you as an F&M. Because there were a few things like We the People, because it was considered to be a political organization. How do we, put it, and plus also make it that it's like their idea? Because you know how it goes, if it isn't their idea, or if it was dealt with by a previous administration, they may not want to touch it, the present administration. How do we go about doing? Because I think that, we might have the best plan, but if we don't address those issues, we might be dead in the water before we even get into that room.
I would say that, the short answer is, in our current circumstance, it's very hard to do that. And so our best bet to do it is to build strength in collaborations, with legitimacy, with evidence, bringing forward things and doing it more consistently in a model where it is outside of the political, because otherwise it gets hit in that same churn. If governments continue to change each election, there's a period of, we want to put our own stamp on it. And if you had traction with the last one, there's almost an inherent, like, we've got to pause, evaluate, look at this thing, decide if it meets, what we're talking about as well. If you can build some stronger agency and momentum out as a group or as an organization that has some vision and is seen, the likelihood is you might be incorporated into that process. But the long-term answer is working with citizens to be more independent in their own perspectives, building civic engagement and education, because at that point of election, instead of being presented with a list of, hey, if you elect us, we'll do all these things, wouldn't it be powerful if the citizens came with a few things that said, do these things and I'll elect you, like that reverse of discussion helps to change the net mechanism. And we as organizations can help to facilitate that if we are able to bring in our stakeholders, give them thoughts and ideas that they feel are valuable to themselves, and not give them, foster their thoughts and ideas and find their way into our mission. Then all of a sudden, hey, I really like this kind of a school. I really think, we want to make sure we take care of our mangroves. I really want to make sure that all kids learn how to swim. These are things that people, when they come talking about, we want your vote, I can have a bargaining chip. So I think there's something of that too. But I want to jump in, sorry.
I'm also gonna tackle some questions. It's not gonna solve everything, but there are kind of three key ways to ensure neutrality while still being in. And it's, like Matt said, it's difficult. But the first is, well, I guess the first two are a part of one thing, which is a strategic stakeholder engagement. That means selecting who you are building relationships and build those relationships strong. and make sure that they're on both sides of the fence. So you're not neglecting one party because it's out of power and according to the other because it's in. Make sure that you're maintaining your relationships on both sides of the fence and maintaining them well, so that you always have champions within the party. And knowing the parties well to know who the right champions are is also important.
Yeah.
But also making sure that you have champions in the civil service as well. So those are constants as the parties change.
Yeah.
Knowing that, like, for example, as the parties change with Bureau Report, we had some good connections with the AG's office that helped us to forge a relationship with the new AG as he came in last administration. So, ensuring that you have some of those constants within the strategic places that you want them. And I would say the third is to have an inherent value to the public. That comes into communications, building your audience and your membership, your volunteership, all of those spaces, because you don't see the Christian Council caring who's in power. These kinds of groups that kind of cross that they have a naturally strong base. They do not need to pander as much to the different. So I would say like those are some of the three, like in boil it down, ways to maintain strategic connection.
Excellent.
Government relations, regardless of party. Yeah.
Just wanted to say, the only way we can really monitor the effectiveness of governments, it's the government's job, like all of our jobs, that's it, right? As organizations, is to really have plans that are long, short-term, medium-term, long. And the country should have plans like the National Development Plans, Vision 2040, whatever it is, that so much work has gone in already. Why would we allow governments to come in and decide that they want to do something else when we already have those commitments that are going to take us from point A to point Z or whatever it is? I think that is critically important for us as residents, as citizens, that we measure our governments based on those plans that are there that are going to prosper. That's how I see it. So I love your address. Thank you so much.
Okay, so communications for action. I think this way because I feel as if we should be trying to drive action in all of our communications. And I want to say that as our first principle, especially in nonprofits. I'll have a section in here on why nonprofits communication is a little different from private sector or government. Government should be driving action as well, but from private sector, and I think that one of the key differences is we should always be trying to drive some kind of action, impact, change. So communications for action. Thank you. So the first part of this is going to be me giving an overview. It'll be very short because I want to jump in to start part of it all together. So what is communications? Going to gloss over this. I'm assuming you're here because you have a good idea. But in essence, communications is telling your story and telling your story to impact your goals and your objectives. Essentially, Matt was talking earlier today about. Sorry, yes, everybody.
Can I? You
can do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so Matt was talking earlier about buildings.
Just so we can, open up your whole.
So yeah, so like I said, communications is telling your story for impact. It's making the conditions that you need to support the goals that you have organizationally and essentially to make those connections possible. That is the most simplified way to say it. Now that can get much more complex, much more granular as you get into different types of communication, and we'll talk about it. But essentially, that is what communication is. Sorry, this is the slide where I talk about what we're doing today. Talk about what is communications, why does it matter, and then we'll jump right into building out a campaign. Doesn't like me. So yeah, how do you tell your story and communicate your purpose? Essentially, what communication is. There are a lot of different things within communications. We can get more granular than this even, but under this umbrella, you've got media relations, marketing, brand and image management, advertising, crisis communications, stakeholder engagement, government relations and lobbying, and so much more. So much more. So it really is a broad umbrella that we're trying to tackle today. I can pull out that majority of communications in Bahamas really centers around your media relations, your marketing, your digital marketing, obviously, as well, not just your traditional advertising, which overlaps with marketing, and well, in this space, government relations and lobbying, which I will not be today. I will just disclaim that, unless you guys have questions you want to pose to me. We see less of some of these other things, crisis communication, sometimes to the detriment of very many, but we do not actually see a whole lot of effective crisis communications here. But yeah, this is the main gamut of what runs in communications. But as you can see, it largely is about how do you strategically speak about your purpose, your goals, in order to affect the actions and make impact in society. So some of the things that make communicating as a nonprofit different from the private sector. Now, one of the very first thing is that we are communicating values. That doesn't mean the private sector doesn't do that too. There's often there's an underlying value message within what they're saying, but we are really focusing strongly on communicating values in the nonprofit sector. We are really looking for hooking people in emotionally, really connecting with them on an emotional level, and using the power of storytelling to get across what we are doing, like, in a way that is probably much more crucial than the private sector. The reason that, well, some of the reasons are inherent. A lot of the work that we do is really surrounded around that. It has an emotional impact in and of itself. So service work that we do in crisis, working with crisis center, if you are doing work with education with kids, with poverty work, a lot of this is naturally very compelling, just showing, conservation as well. All of these are things that have a natural emotional impact. They are social issues. I suppose is what it really boils down to. The majority of nonprofits are working in the social issue space, social environmental issue space. And emotional impact is one of our strongest tools and changes the nature of how we are communicating. And like I said, devolving from that is the power of storytelling will be incredibly important in the way that you build out your message. You don't always have the luxury of just being on numbers or pushing products, products necessarily to push. Essentially, we are relying on our story to get people to act, to change their behavior for the betterment of themselves or society or the environment, to donate, big one, to volunteer, to spread the word, whatever our goals are. A very practical way that it's different. We are working with constrained resources, almost all of us. Very few of us have, the budget that, your average RBC or Apple or Google has to push our communications goals. So constrained resources, which means that we have to be more creative. We need to be much more, we have to incorporate ingenuity, innovation a lot more in the way that we contact people. But we, like I said, coming back on the emotional impact and the power of storytelling, we also have that in our pocket as a way that we can actually. As I started, we need to drive action. Now, I'm using action loosely here. I'm considering attitude change as action here, but we are trying to drive some kind of change almost always when we are communicating. And I want you to really focus on this and keep that in mind as you're working through the plan that we'll go through today, because I feel as if sometimes that part is lost in the way that we communicate. We may think that we just want people to know, we want to start numbers, we want this to appear in front of so many people, we get lost in that a little bit. And I think that, we always want to be strategic in how we're communicating, especially with limited resources. We want to ensure that everything that we put out there is achieving a purpose and working towards changes. I have here behavior change, social change, policy change. We're always working for some kind of change in this space. And lastly, we have a standard of transparency, a moral standard of transparency. Now, part of that is just me being a former worker and that's one of my values. But part of that really is, we're all cooperating on other things, as it were. So we have a standard of transparency. Now, to be fair, government also has a standard of transparency. Sure. We don't know us. So standard of transparency. Huge part.
DJ question?
Jump in.
Okay, that's real quick. One of the fundamental issues that I know is an impediment to communications is this divide sometimes between men and women. To give you really brief, real brief. I was at Business Outlook and I was talking about how there's all this discussion about development, yada yada, road and pipeline, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, it would be great if some of that actually directed to social and environmental causes. Maybe it's a bit strong, I don't know. Gentleman half my age got up and said to me, I don't mean to sound as if I have a problem with that, but he said, I'm glad you got your point across, so some places they think you're so aggressive. And I was really offended because I'm like, excuse me? I mean, that is in a good way, but how do, this whole issue of women, how we come across as being no, I have to dumb down to be accepted. I mean, how do you work on that? How do I present myself so that I'm not sure what I'm going to say.
So many different things, but I guess if I was going to talk about from a comms perspective, you're talking about image management as a spokesperson.
I mean, this is a general issue that separates how women are perceived and how men are perceived. A lot of my environmental organizations, my partners are now females. Many of the environmental groups are led by females, and we talk, and a lot of what we do is there are a lot of interpretations about what we do and who we are, and it affects how our messages are actually received, especially by men in government. That is a real problem. It's not discussed, it's not really in the front lines, it's not in the papers, but it's real. I mean, I have to work twice as hard and be really tough and sit up straight and all this other stuff, which puts me at a maybe disadvantage. So how do you fix that?
Well, a lot of fixing that is not communication, unfortunately. From a comms perspective, we're going to talk about audience a little bit later, but from a comms perspective, it really is about knowing your audience and catering both your spokesperson and your messaging to your audience.
So in a case where we have uninformed men, we should calm down.
No. You should dumb down, but I'm saying that you should take into account that those persons are not. Now, they may also not be your audience. There's always that. Like, you need to evaluate how important those dumb men are. To getting your to getting your goals done. I think that there is also, we'll get into this for audience, there is an idea that you always have to, go for the kitchen sink, as it were, strategy. Throw everything in there. You don't always need to reach every audience. We will have an exercise that will be talking about, how do you gauge both the influence and the importance of your audience, so and rate them on an X and Y axis with regards to that, because you will have persons in your, you can have a broad audience, but you can have audience segments that are more important than others and more influential than others. Like I'll get into this later, but importance is, how much are they impacted by your work essentially, and how much does your work actually involve them, and influence is how much can they impact your work. So, so you might have policy makers who are very influential, but not necessarily your target audience, so they're not important in that regard. They're influential, and then on the other hand, you may have, some specific grassroots, audience that is very, very important, but unfortunately not influential.
Yes.
to how you push your objective.
So I just want to, I saw you in Speaking of Lutheran, I thought you were fantastic. So I don't know what
This is
that
kind of a
was.
hammer.
But I also do think some of this, which I think is critical, is I don't know that the public understands what we do. Right? And so when we start talking about, not-for-profit issues, oh, it's a charity, it's asking for money. Like I think some of it also is we do need to
Education.
raise our game. We also need to be able to do so where we're bringing this collective understanding of what is this third sector?
Yeah.
What does it bring to the table? Why is it just as important as how many jobs development aids when the SNAP game comes and does? I think so. So I think it's also persistence. I think we gotta push through some of that, and more that's seen high level from comms is going to help us industry wide, sector wide. I think.
If I may chip in, it's strategic education with relevance. The presence and being able to design or assess the environment you're working with. When we think about this, people are the most important element in this whole thing, and relationship is the key thing there. All right. Even with the sexes, all of us, we're different, but we're necessary.
Yeah.
All right. And we have to appreciate that. And so strategically, you assess the target that you're going at and what is necessary to make that achievement, but also giving consideration to that broad aspect, not creating the fence because your message is lost. Yeah.
We have to do that every day.
Yeah.
Every type of communication.
Some men have to do it as well. Some men literally have to do it. Oftentimes we put them in that broad bracket, well, okay, that's a man. No. There's some dangerous waters in the midst of it. I can tell you that from experience.
I'd like to just add that, Sean, I apologize.
Go ahead.
So this is an important conversation, and we have this conversation within my institution all the time. Of course, we're in our institution, we're all about how do you have difficult conversations through the arts, right? That's the important role that the arts play. Like it actually facilitates the spaces to have difficult conversations. And what you're talking about, for you, I mean, I think for most women here, has to do with social system that we call indoctrinated.
Yes.
So that's something completely different. But in terms of like moving outside that is navigating the space, I work in a field where we have to be able to communicate with people at any level and meet them wherever they are and not be condescending, not come across as being, oh, I'm so much more interested. Because it's, as Sean was saying about, well, who's your audience? What kind of influence are you trying to project? What kind of impact are you trying to have? So, even within our institution, we have many people who do not fit within because they're socially acceptable profiles. And we have to be conscious of that when we're sending them out into the community. Like, okay, are you actually going to be able to take? Not just about like whether you're male or female, on that, but also being able to, I think, from a adult leadership, I think, being able to accept who you are as a leader and being okay with somebody saying, you're making a graphical mess. Did I say resonate? Great. Then however you feel about me, that's fine as long as what I said actually made an impact on you. So I think it's also as women, and then to your point, as men too, when you're in those situations, being like, you know what? I'm okay with you saying that, and I'm not going to take offense. But also being able to adjust your behavior based on who you're talking to and what you are hoping to gain in that interaction as well. Not easy, but
no, not at all. You made a very good, two very good points. Two that I'm going to run with. One of them is that in cultivating yourself as a spokesperson, it really does start with understanding kind of deep, but very much you need to understand where your boundaries are, where your values lie, A, and B, being able to pivot. I think that, once you do understand what your main points are, who you are as a spokesperson, who you're as a person, and then also as a spokesperson, and then also understanding your audience, cultivate this is a skill that takes practice. That's pretty good at it.
Growth.
Being able to pivot even when you're getting challenging feedback. So, in that regard, like what she said just now, like, being able to pivot say, but did what I say was you're saying that I'm impressive. Sounds like I touched a nerve. Sounds like you care about this. It's important. It should touch a nerve. Maybe that's the way they should keep it. But learning how to take that and roll it back into your
Something positive.
yeah, something positive, make it a teachable moment, and most importantly, from a common perspective, looping back to whatever you're talking about. Always look back to your talking points. So that's the 90-day campaign plan. Now, this does not have to be 90-day. 90-day is a standard short-term campaign. And I want to say 90 days is the minimum that you should be planning your campaigns for. These are not short. Plan campaigns for shorter than that. So yes, the 90-day campaign plan. This is just really honestly our down and dirty outline of how we can make it. Each of you can make a campaign plan today. Walk out of here with some kind of skeleton for the organization that you're here representing. Didn't realize that there would be so many people. There's 24 people there, and many more. I didn't realize there'd be so many organizations because I was really hoping that we could, hammer this out. Everyone could present their campaign. That is clearly not happening today. But we can, go through it and maybe select people who are willing to, present what they can present. So the very first place that you're gonna start, obviously, is with objectives. Now, Matt said that one of the previous seminars was on objectives, right?
We talked about setting
objectives. So you know that this could be a seminar in and of itself. Quite frankly, every single step of this could be a seminar in and of itself. But with regard to setting objectives for comms, what we want to focus on here, and I would really like for everyone to work through this. If you don't have the actual template that I have here, if you haven't received it, even if you just jot down the notes, but I'd like you to do this exercise for at least one objective. A 90-day campaign. You'll see that I've divided objectives, goals, KPIs. Now, one of the things that I think that we all often fall out of with communications, because we're usually, most of us come to communications as not numbers people, is building in our measurement from the beginning. I believe that we should do that so that we know when it is successful, so that we can evaluate how we're going to change our communications plan next time. Because you will need to change it almost certainly, and it also just helps your learning as a communicator so much. Like being able to come here and say to you that Facebook is more effective with certain age groups. TikTok is growing but not as effective as you think. Because I think everyone's rush is like, oh yeah, let's jump on TikTok. It's effective in certain age groups, not as effective as you think.
I'll also add that we may not have access to TikTok, so we're on the other side of the world and very close to the US. I'm very happy with China.
That's also But yeah, being able to say these kinds of things comes out of being mindful of what results you're getting, and if you're not thinking about results from the beginning. So with that said, an objective. Now, objective is, you guys did seminar, I'm sure, broad, similar to a goal, but it's broadly what you're trying to achieve within the course of this 90-day or whichever timeline you choose to expand this out to campaign. Your objective, I want to say this like really, your objective should almost, and I probably should put a column here, your objective should completely correlate to one of your programmatic or policy objectives for your organization. It is a comms objective, it is a separate thing, usually, but it should directly correlate to one of your, you should understand how this is impacting your overall organizational goals. So if one of your goals is to get people to eat healthier, like you're in schools, Michelle Obama. Maybe your objective one is to educate parents on the importance of healthy eating. Maybe that's your objective. And then within that, you would pull out goals. I put 3 here. I generally find you don't want to overload with too many goals that you just find yourself really muddled. But maybe within that, you want to say that your goals are, maybe you have the capacity to do, what's it called, focus groups and some research. Most of the time we don't. But maybe you do, and maybe what you want to say is that you want to change. Your baseline says that only 30% of Bahamian parents understand the importance of eating veggies, and by the end of it, you really want that number to be 70%, something like that. Your goal is to increase the number of parents who understand the importance of eating veggies by X amounts, and your measure is obviously the page right into that. You want your goals to be SMART goals. I'm sure that it's a big buzz enough. Timeline is kind of big campaign, SMART, obviously specific, measurable, attainable, and realistic. And then T is timely. But like I said, your campaign should have a timeline baked right into it. So that last part.
I don't think we can assume that. The truth. I think we tend to, sometimes we do open-ended things. We don't commit ourselves to a particular period of time, other than if a grant says you got to do it by a certain time. So I think it's a good thing to reinforce.
Timelines do tend to be flexible in the nonprofit space. Things run over. I mean, in all spaces, everywhere that I've worked, things have run over, things get cut short. But your campaign should always have a timeline. And so, in the theory, in the theoretical, what actually ends up happening, obviously you need to roll with the punches. But in the theoretical space, you should always have a timeline on your campaign. You should know when you were looking to hit it. Because part of this is because the timeline helps you to know what's achievable. Know what's achievable. It helps you to tell the story. Sometimes in the way that the campaign progresses, you are going to want to shift your messaging over the course of time. Maybe you're saying this is a one-year campaign. The first quarter, we are introducing them to the importance in general of eating healthy and exercising, and then by quarter two, we're drilling down into good recipes for picky eaters, for picky eating kids, or something like that. You're progressing. You're almost treating it like a lesson plan of sorts.
So Shanta, as the measurement, KPI measurement relates to the goal.
Yes.
Rather than the objective.
Yes.
Okay.
KPI measurement should relate to the goal. The goal should be breakout essentially of the objective.
So you have a completed table that you can. It's like me, a little slow. Okay, all the visuals we can get.
You know what? I should have done that. I did not fill out a table for us for example. So what I could do is send afterwards. I could send one of my former plugins. I did kind of. This is an approximation of how I would usually build out a campaign in a way that is more worksheet-like, so that it's easier for everyone to participate in. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know how much time you have. Maybe just take one and just quickly do it. So
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
you can.
If someone here has a campaign in mind, we can do that. Go through. Okay.
Sorry, I stopped very good.
Okay, all right, great. Then we'll just plug in yours then. My writing is terrible.
So we have our inter-island traveling exhibition coming up in October. We are taking an national collection, but taking our refuge exhibition around Bahamas. And it was the exhibition that we did post Hurricane Dorian, where we invited artists from Advocacy, Bahama arts throughout the Bahamas to actually create work in reaction to their experiences, their feelings around Dorian. Very powerful exhibition. And we have not been able to take the traveling exhibition to either island because we have structure and support and help here. So we decided, because refuge was so important for us as the RAF, to take that exhibition to the island, along with all of our programming. The inter-island exhibition has been around for the past 6 years. We take our national collection, we take student workshops, we do school visits, we take education materials, catalogs, all those things. We have an artist talk where we engage stakeholders on the ground as well. We also have community workshops that thing where everybody can drink wine and make art. Very popular. And we have an actual exhibition, and we
always work with community members, stakeholders, schools, like we connect. The only way we can do is by connecting with people in the community. Because it is incredibly intense. There's a lot of work and they have very small teams. But one of our big goals that we try really hard to reach as many of the schools on the humanly possible that they have or not. The time on the island is sometimes very easy, and sometimes very hard. The first time we were able to engage all of the schools on the island, we took the ID from last year because we have an actual we have collaboration at MOU with arts organization and Exoma Arts Network, and they were a partner in actually doing it. They went into Facebook. So we're trying to do the same thing with Grand Bahama, but successfully. So my first objective is get students and art teachers throughout Grand Bahama, so not just Freeport, the whole of Grand Bahama. So we talk about West End, 8 Mile Rock, to participate in an ITE student workshop or schedule schedule school visit with the NAGB team there for a week. We'll keep the exhibition up for a month. And to participate, sorry, my handwriting is too big. It's a lot. Participate in a student workshop, which we will be having at the Jack Hayward Library in Freeport. Schedule a school visit with the NAGB team while we're there.
Why not this?
In Family Islands maybe too.
It's like they can do either of them. Whatever works for them, we will accommodate because they're not all going to be able to do the workshop. They're not all going to be able to do students, and they're not all going to be able to support. So generally we say, we have all of these here for you. Please do one.
Got it.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question? Is that the objective or that's the goal?
So I was gonna say, these sound like goals.
I just wondered.
Well, maybe the objective is engage as many students in art as humanly possible.
Yeah. I was gonna say, engage as many students in architecture.
Yeah. Yeah. So engage Birmingham Institute and art teachers in art education. We're also having professional development for art teachers as well.
Your friend.
No. Is it easy just to type it in?
I can, let me try it. Because if we type it, the virtual will be able to see it as well.
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
show
it doesn't
Yeah.
translate to the.
Right, yeah, that's what you should type.
Yeah.
So we're typing in engage,
Birmingham art students and art teachers and what did we say?
Can you see it on the screen?
And the ITE
Awesome,
activities.
yeah,
Okay.
Engage Birmingham.
students and engineers.
So question, how specific do you have to be when you're narrowing down your, like when you move your objective from your goal? If you say students, do you have to say students in Grand Bahama if you're trying to reach all schools, or should you start with a smaller goal? Should you start like say, okay, we want to engage all private schools or we want to engage, like, do you, how specific do you have to be?
So that's, I mean, that sounds like a matter of scope, operational scope. So you need to, that comes down to the attainable and realistic part of it. So you need to think about what's attainable and realistic and
Well, generally speaking, like with small organizations, small NGOs, we don't have to.
yeah, absolutely. And so, set your goals accordingly. So how specific, you want to be as specific as possible, but you're talking about scale here, and you need to identify what your scale is based on your capacity. But that's a good question, because I think that sometimes we are very ambitious in our goals, and I don't have a problem with that at all. Like, but make sure that your ambitions are within the at least just on the margins, at the very least, of what's realistic. Sure, push the boundaries a little bit, but make sure that you're overlapping in the Venn diagram.
This is also why this is a program. We have to engage. Like, there's no way we can actually have that impact without a very small team. We have 4 people, including me as a manager in the higher education. So we are, I always say we're small but mighty,
But we
It's on all those schools that are.
which is why we
Very
have
organized.
Yes.
very organized
know how that
and
goes.
very willing to collaborate. Actively reaching out to find out who in the community, which people in the community have the most connections, who can help you bring these people together. That's what it's all about. Because we can't do that without, it's not possible.
Can we finish this? Sorry, I was trying to zoom in. It took me
Yeah.
2 minutes to figure out how to zoom
So if you're
in. How already?
in IT, educational programming.
And so then within that, your goal will be, then you would say you had some specific programs
Yeah.
within that, and your goals could be have attendance of X, but maybe you don't have an idea of what numbers, but you
Well, really have attendance of art teachers and art students from private and public schools in Freeport. At either our student workshop.
If somebody's got the session broadcasting, just can you mute? Just so we can.
Student workshops or school visits or actually having it for about the exhibition. So, and then the second goal can be the same and then the second goal is have attendance of our teachers at professional development workshop.
Now,
For
ideally,
teachers.
ideally, you do want to try and set something generic to this. I know it can be
Yeah.
hard when you
Let's
haven't
say
done
that.
it before,
Yeah.
to say, what is a good number to say that we're aiming for? But you do want to try and,
So if we say we want to get at least 60%.
yeah,
60% of the
yeah,
schools.
yeah, you could say something like that.
Yeah.
From here, like from 60% of schools?
At least. So, and then for the goal, can we say Freeport and outside of Freeport, or should that be a separate goal? Because that actually is a whole other challenge unto itself. Freeport and retire are pretty easy, then to get outside of that, it is really difficult.
You might want to separate it out as
Yeah.
a goal, just because.
If it requires a specific intervention, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
if
your tactical plan for it is going to be, like your action points for it is going to be separate.
Yeah.
Then you should separate it out.
Yeah, so maybe the third goal would be, have our teachers and students, where I probably get there to a workshop, schedule. Outside in Weston, 8 Mile Walk, so outside of Freeport proper. Schedule school visits with the NHP. Now, I think it's only about 3 students. Not that many, it's a very small population outside of Freeport.
You work with Ministry of Education.
We always we actually have a very good relationship with them. It's just like, they try their best and we try our
So these are in very many ways very good goals. I will say that they are also a good example of where programmatic communications. Because I'm going through this and I'm like, these are pretty programmatic goals, but they are actually also communications. Because the attendance is how you would measure the success of how well you've communicated this. Now, in an instance like this, I would probably also add another column just, with your communications actions and tied to this, because you're probably going to need something a little bit more specific in regard to that. I mean, and when we get into tactical, you will do that, but in this case, because the goals aren't specifically comms, I would probably pull out to say, okay, then our comms strategy for this is to ensure that we are, you might have several different ways that you're reaching each audience as we communicate guys how you're reaching. So if it's, that, and I mean, direct mail, for example, like,
lead generation, an email list, for example, of teachers in Freeport and Redmond. Maybe that's your tactic. Stuff that that's probably the best way to understand. Then you want to say that communication, pure communications goal within that is that you want to build out a regular direct mailing list that includes X% of teachers. So you should be sure that you're getting that way that encourages them to come to this space. So that's an example. So, but this gives a pretty good example of how you break down your objectives into goals.
Can I also add that what we found too is going to each island, we have to find out exactly how each island interacts with their communicators. Because they are all very different.
Yes.
And it's very easy to be like, we're gonna go on the radio, this radio, that's radio. Well, the only radio that reaches the family islands is that nest. And then Freeport is very particular because I don't even know if they listen to that nest, but they have their own internal communication. And you have to be able to tap into that as well.
Yes. Research is key with regards to understanding your audience, what they want to hear, and how you're going to reach them.
Yeah.
So,
Can I quickly interject too? I think one of the things that is also highlighted from collaboration between NGOs, we're doing a lot of similar work. And so we have been working with a lot of groups on the Family Islands. We've done 7 in the past 7 months or so. And my ties to the BNT from the education department is open much more doors than any government partnership.
Wow.
So because there were 60 or something discovery clubs at schools on the islands, like literally just help.
Yeah.
And as simple as that sounds, it makes a big difference because not only are there spaces where they have staff on the ground that have been very helpful, but we were able to tap in and build relationships with some of the teachers from the different islands as well. And I feel like there are those star volunteer CSO type people that are sometimes teachers that are always looking for opportunities for their students. And as opposed to hogging our database, we can look toward better ways to share them. Because we may come to talk about what it means to be an engaged or an active citizen, but I'm sure some of the same teachers would love a presentation from the NAGB, for example.
Right.
So I think that also boosts our effectiveness when we
are all about that. Again, we can't just work without very good relationships, partnerships, collaboration. We're just too small.
Yeah.
And we are the only national organization in the entire country.
To give you context, there's 5 in your education, there's 5 in our whole. But that also opens up the whole possibility of collaboration. A real low-level potential collaboration could be that students get exposure to one thing and then they bring it to another kind. We actually even can craft a, the tour of the Family Islands that's going to happen and bring different bits of content at different times. There's lots of opportunities that could happen with that, which would give us probably deeper levels of engagement than any one of us might do.
Oh, absolutely.
Packaging.
I know pretty well.
and I think that running this out again to communications, when you're doing your audience analysis, you can broaden it out to stakeholders because sometimes audiences aren't just who are the last consumer of your information. It can also be, who you're communicating with to get to some of those spaces. So it can be, one of your audiences might be community leaders in Freeport, educators in Freeport, educators union in Freeport, or whatever. They might be one of your audiences you're trying to understand because they ultimately hear the vehicle. Audience as vehicle to get you to your target audiences. So, I mean, I don't know. Actually, maybe we should give a chance for someone online to also do objective.
anyone in our virtual audience. Sorry, are we done?
Oh, they don't hear me?
I think they should.
I know I'm not actually a very loud speaker.
Let me see if this helps. I'm pretty sure this is the thing. There's a lot of tech stuff going on that I am still learning.
Online audience, is that better? Can you hear me better?
Yes, that's good. Perfect. Thanks.
Okay,
Thanks.
fantastic.
So sorry about that.
So I was saying, if there's anyone from the digital audience, the remote audience that wanted to volunteer to go through one of their objectives. I was gonna say. That's okay, if nobody wants to volunteer, we can move on. I mean, how are we doing for time? There's a lot to get through, so. Marilyn raised her hand, Mrs. Sonical. Okay, if we scroll up and we can type in, she can be objective 2 of a hodgepodge plan here. Mrs.
Do I
Sonical.
have the floor? Do I have the floor?
I was gonna say, yes, you can go ahead.
We're just waiting to go. Okay, yes.
Do I have the floor?
Yes, ma'am, you do.
Oh, okay. Thank you most kindly, and thank you for the opportunity. I had the chance to catch part of the pre-session to this one, and at the end of the session, when Matt emphasized this upcoming session, something that came very strongly to me, and it's an extremely ambitious community project, but I think it would really tie in so many priorities that the civil society sector has, as well as the country. And that particular project would be to have a walking path around the entire perimeter of New Providence Island, so that the issue of non-communicable diseases, for example, could be dealt with at its source in terms of lifestyle practices, and linked to this path around the entire the entire perimeter of New Providence Island would be what I would term cultural communities. And this is not original with me. I heard Mrs. Arlene Nash talk about some initiatives that were being considered by the Ministry of Tourism several years ago, where you look at each community, whether it be Baintown, Delancey Town, Adelaide. In other words, what they had discussed at that time was that the criticism that tourists have nothing really interesting to do in the Bahamas once they're here a few times is that every community in the Bahamas, whether a traditional older community in particular, but even the other more affluent communities, all have stories, and that these stories can be told. And the link to the walking path would be that you could actually experience your culture, your history, as you took different walking paths for your health around the island. And of course, related to that could be how you can improve our cuisine, healthy alternatives to what we like. Again, there's so many aspects of the challenges that we have nationally that could be built into something like this. So again, it's extremely ambitious. One other point in terms of how ambitious it is, several years ago, I had the privilege to participate in an environmental study at the level of the public sector. And one of the recommendations that came out of that environmental study was that there should be vistas to the sea, meaning that part of the challenge we have
on a sort of almost subconscious level is that the average Bahamian citizen is not getting the full benefits of the pristine beauty and salubrious environment that God has, the Creator has given us, because it's like the majority of the population is sort of like in a prison, in quotation marks, in the inner city areas, whereas the access to the sea has been blocked off. Now, I know the challenge is there because you're talking about private property as well as investment property. But again, the vision would be that every Bahamian, particularly those concentrated on New Providence Island, could walk for their health and for wider reasons, can walk around the entire island, and at different places, they can actually experience, relive the best that the Bahamas offered in the past and in present in terms of our cultural and community heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zonical. So first of all, the wonderful idea. The idea itself is obviously it's a program, it's initiative. It's an initiative. So the comms objective behind that, so let's say that the programs, the initiative's objective is to build this walking path around the entire perimeter of New Providence to tackle non-communicable diseases. So you could actually pull out several communications objectives within that. Now, obviously the most pressing and basic one would be to, and this would be an objective, but it would be to increase support or frankly, if we're starting from scratch, so develop sufficient support for the walking path. So that's obviously the number one communications goal, is that you're getting people to essentially sign on to this idea. That's your comms objective that supports this objective. Another comms objective that might support this would be to increase awareness or education around the benefits of walking to health. That is also a communications objective that supports this programmatic objective. Sorry.
I got you. I don't know what that is.
And what Mrs. Zonical was talking about having stations where you could have things that are talking about Bahamian cuisine and culture. Those would be things built into the walking path, obviously, and they would obviously be sources for content for a campaign, but they may not necessarily be within the objectives here. There might be another objective within that, is to raise awareness of our cultural, our cuisine culture, health in our cuisine culture, but that's a little bit of a gray area with regards to how it is an objective that meets this objective. That might be a broader objective of your organization in a general sense. Sorry, you had your.
Well, another concept would be to reassure the public of the safety of utilizing the walking path.
Yeah, that could be. If you did audience analysis and said that this is a major, we know it's a major concern for everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, sorry. How did you phrase it? Reassure the public of the safety of a potential walking path.
I could think about how that could be like families, but nobody's gonna use it.
Yeah. And and the extent to which you would raise that to an objective, because what you might do is decide that comes under this. It comes under develops sufficient support for the walking path. Now you can pull it out as an objective if you're like, you know what, this is so pressing that I actually want to separate this out as an objective. But technically it does come under this. And then so you would have this within your messaging. Like when you build out, okay, how are we messaging to meet this objective? you would put this front and center, like we're reassuring the public of, and actually one of the things that I have in our messaging section is messaging vulnerabilities. So this almost comes as a message, as a vulnerability that you are counter messaging to. There's messaging and there's counter messaging, and counter messaging is when you're anticipating pushback that you might get about something, and you are proactively countering it. And this would actually come, probably come into counter messaging, although albeit a big one. And like I said, a counter message can rise to the point of objective if it really is a major impediment to your communications plan. Sorry.
If I may, may I?
Actually, I think that
Yes, it is.
Okay, yes, go ahead, Mrs.
Thank you most kindly. Actually, I wanted to endorse very strongly the last element of the objective you put there, reassure the public of the safety of potential walking path, because that's actually one of the underlying reasons for linking community development to the walking path. That is a sort of unspoken, strong reason that would say you would be safe because you really have the community involved. And if the community knows that as persons walk through there, it can boost their economic viability, etc., they themselves would be the guardians of the safety of the walkers. Thank you.
Also the structure, under the develop sufficient support, but we put as bullets, for example, safety.
Yeah, so when you start like building out messaging with regards to this, that's when you would get into this. That's when you would get into the potential, your argument, essentially your argument. You would get into the economic, potential economic benefits, cultural benefits, etc. So this would be in your messaging. Your objectives. Is that someone trying to raise a question, or is that just someone not on mute?
Just with the messaging for something like this, and with any of these campaigns, it's really important to make sure that your messaging is very clear and simple. Less is more.
Yeah.
When social media first came out, Twitter first came out, Twitter was one of the greatest tools for radio announcers, because it taught you how to say what you needed to say in the shortest amount of time. And messaging is so important because, unfortunately, we always say read Bahamas read. People will read the first 2 words and that's it.
Yeah.
So it's important to remember to always keep your messaging short and sweet and to the point, and one thought per message. Don't give a million thoughts.
Absolutely.
One thought per message.
Absolutely. One thought per message. Your messaging.
Long journey for some of us.
Yeah. You can build out what's called a messaging document, and your messaging document should be entirely in bullet points. Anybody in bullet points. Like a messaging that's my philosophy. A messaging document that's not in bullet points is too verbose. It's too verbose. Yes, you want to have your information, and you can have your research cache that maybe some of your bullet points link out into if you need additional background, but your messaging document, your like central messaging should be entirely in bullet points, talking points, as it were. Like, a messaging document and a talking points document are very closely related. The talking points document is for a specific spokesperson for a specific event, but it's almost always your messaging document pared down for those specific variables. So yeah, but it should be bullet points, and that's an excellent point.
Perfect. I noticed you mentioned it, but has there been any study to suggest that they want this walking path? I just thinks about around the entire province. It's talking about, I'm trying to visualize that. Forests, communities near to, coast. Let's take Foxville, for example. How would Foxville do that?
You're getting into programmatic concerns.
I was about to say, and in my mind, when I'm thinking that, I'm not even thinking about going into those communities. I'm thinking around the perimeter of the island.
How that is not quite possible, is it? Maybe so much of the
perimeters are as developed. Unless we engage hotels and private residences and.
It would be a pretty intense,
And they have to-
undertaking.
Yes, they would, yeah, you know, once you start getting into, you know, so the actual plan for developing that support, when you get into tactic, this is about to be built out. And it definitely is not a 90-day campaign, right? This is not a 90-day campaign. Trying to do this in this case, you know, this is the type of communications that falls in advocacy, of course. You're gonna want, you know, some of the stuff that you're talking about, I guess I want to say policy team or policy and programmatic team would be building out like, what would this look like? Those kind of infrastructural details. The comms team would then take that. And then, you know, some of that will need to overlap because, you know, like Christine said, for example, that would require going into the relevant communities and engaging them about how they would want this to look. And, you know, if this makes sense, if they want it, these kinds of things, that kind of feedback. And all of that is communications, you know, that social research, market research essentially would be communications. And, you know, maybe in the tactics, sometimes you do need to put that, you know, you need to, you know, maybe your first step is we need to do market research to see how people want this to be done. How would this be executed? How would this be received?
I think it's critical that there is a separation between your programmatic objectives
Yes.
and what your comms objectives are.
Yes.
That-
That's why I did pull this.
I think
Yeah,
it's getting
that's-
into-
which is why I pulled these out separately, because like I said, to have the path, that's the programmatic team, that's your policy and programs team.
What I would be getting at though is before we, and some of those other ones, we need to figure out what is the communication, see it, whether it wants to be something, you know, to start it off with that interest. And that seems to be really big given the nature of what they want.
Yeah, so social and market research
Yeah.
is often the first step of a good comms plan. It is not always feasible for small teams, you know, because those are actually pretty they're time consuming. So if you have a time frame that you need to get things done, and they are very personnel intensive as well, especially if you're going to be like, you know, surveys can be incredible. I mean, you can do a digital survey and that can certainly help you, you know, the extent to which it rises to publishable research, you know, but you don't always need it. But, you know, the really like, you know, good, like, you know, call center, going out, calling, walking the road, making sure that you're absolutely getting the best market research possible in order to formulate the answer to that. Not always feasible for a nonprofit, so I didn't put it in here heavily. But that does not mean that you cannot aim for it and aim for what you can. You know, depending on what your grant requires of you, you may have to do that. Yes. You may have to do that part of it. And once again, that can also sometimes overlap with your programmatic team because they may also be doing that research for the purpose of the program as well. So.
Good question.
All kinds of questions.
I was looking at this and then I'm like, okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm looking at this, you know, really when you're talking about smart objectives, there are key verbs that you use in order to make them get what so first it can be so they can be realistic. For example, we have reassured the public of safety potential verbiage. How you reassure the public, you have to be.
That's why these are all in objectives.
Yeah,
As you
so
pull these
so-
over into goals, you will need to
Right,
make them much
because
more
you-
concrete.
it should
Much more
something like
concrete.
develop, engage, explain, demonstrate. So for that particular aspect of the objective, reassure the public. Okay, how do you reassure me that? How it should be given develop whatever to reassure the public, because I don't think you should begin to reassure the public because it's like, okay, yes, we have to develop. So there's key verbs for objectives. And it's not like, okay, because you have to pull that out. We were saying something earlier, which is very good. You have to put it underneath certain aspects of it. Because reassure wouldn't be the beginning of an objective. You have to be able to demonstrate, develop a plan or whatever of action to be able to reassure the public of the safety. And so key verbs is very important. I guess that's a little couple of days of teaching that came up. To be able to objectives. That would be probably we can develop that aspect from Islamic. reassure the public?
Now, I will say that from a commerce perspective, I think that you can be a little bit more fast and loose with the objective, but once you get into the goals, you're absolutely right. You need to be very concrete. So as we pull these from here and create the goals that correspond to them, that's when we get super concrete. Like you said, it needs to be that SMART goal language.
Yes.
So for example, develop sufficient support for the walking path. What you might say is, let's say that you were from a programmatic side, you decided you're going to do that through a petition. So program and policy people say, yeah, we're going to have a petition, have enough people sign on so that we can get it done. Then what your objective is that you will secure X amount of signatures for this petition. That's one of your goals by the end of the maybe you need 10,000, so you're securing 10,000 signatures for the petition. Maybe one of the ways that you are making a groundswell of support is through a Facebook group, and you'll say you grow Facebook group, create Facebook group, and grow membership to X amount of people. That's a SMART goal. So.
Just playing timekeeper.
Yes.
So Dr. Patterson had a kind of conversation. But we have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes to lunch.
10 minutes until
I
lunch.
want to make a quick place with this, and taking it back to what you started with at the beginning about partnerships. This is where you can use the partnerships and communication. You want to get out and do the surveys. You find somebody who's doing something in the community, and then you get involved in that, and then that's how you get out there and you get your information through the surveys and talking to the people in the communities to find out if this is something that they want, and to do all of those goals.
Absolutely. And I mean, surveys are very broad. You might decide to do something a little bit more contained, like focus groups, which can really help you as well, as long as you try to get representation within your group of who your target audience to be. Which that does not bring us to the next. You said we have 10 minutes left.
We have 10 minutes. April Cartwright did have a.
Yeah, I'm going to answer questions, I think, for the next 10 minutes, because the very next thing is an activity that will take time. So,
so should we break a little early for lunch?
Well, I can answer the last two questions.
Okay, so, so April Cartwright was saying that she's representing the Bahamas Allied Health Union. There's a new organization with constitution and broad objectives in their constitution. So, April, are there comms objectives that you would want us to maybe bring forward and try and do a third one to work on?
Sorry I joined on late, but like I said, I wasn't sure if this is the right forum, but we are pending an application for us to register as an NPO and a new union. So I'm just learning. It's just a big learning curve. And like I said, our initial objectives that are drafted in our constitution are broad. However, we also will be formulating a industrial agreement in the near future where we would, be more precise in our objectives for who we're representing, the professional groups that we're representing, and what they want to be done, like development for their profession, whether it be, financial, educational, and all of those things, all the scopes that are involved in this group.
So is your question, how do you translate the objectives from your constitution into comms objectives and goals?
Correct.
Okay, I mean, do you want to, so pulling an objective from your constitution, it does kind of fall into the category of like an annual comms or an ongoing comms plan, not a campaign plan like what we're putting together, but that does not mean that these principles aren't the same.
They're a new entity, so maybe there's some initial.
I was going to say, and so you're saying that you're a new entity, so maybe your objective is awareness about the entity itself. Maybe it's membership growth, so, and those would be, those are kind of objectives and goals in one of sorts, because if your goal is to increase the membership of your allied, you said you're the allied union, sorry?
Allied Health Care Workers Union.
So to
So
increase.
that is other professionals like X-ray department, laboratory that are in the hospital system that assist and aid the doctors in treatment of the patient. So that's basically who we represent: laboratory, pharmacy, X-ray department, and all of these are specialized areas with certified professionals that have specific interests that they don't feel were being addressed, and so felt a need to branch out and create a union or organization specifically to their needs, that speak to their needs.
Excellent. Well, first, congratulations on your new organization. That is awesome. So yeah, definitely to increase the membership, it sounds like that would be a major comms objective. Comms, it overlaps comms and programmatic, but that would be a major comms objective. Another objective might be to increase awareness both in your target audience and in the public that this new organization exists and what the purpose is, like what the objectives of your organization are. So increase awareness of organization's purpose and objectives.
Yes, and like I said, I came on a little late, sorry about that, but yes, membership is a big drive we're gonna be going into, and also, like someone was saying, social media and awareness and reaching your target groups.
Yeah. So, and I mean, and this, so increasing membership kind of has its goal baked in, so the goal is essentially to increase the membership, and then you can enumerate it there to say, that if you want to get, by the end of this campaign, if you have a general idea of how many allied health workers there are in the Bahamas, maybe you want to say that you want to get 50% of them signed on by the end of the year or something like that. I don't know what's realistic, but maybe that is your goal. Within that, though, you can have other goals that help you to meet that. Things like, once again, I mean, and this will depend on your tactics and your vehicles that you are using, but you may have socials, and you might say that one of your goals is to increase the followership of your social page by X amount, because then that, I mean, that might be with increased awareness, or that could be either one, but essentially then that people are watching what you do, and they have access to the information that you're putting out, both with regard to membership and awareness. Maybe what's
launching membership program.
Yeah, it can be, something like launching a membership program. It can be, and it can be a discrete thing. I want to say that a goal can be a discrete thing. I've been doing it in numbers, in mass numbers, because that's what I'm used to. But sometimes a goal is literally launch a website. Like, as a matter of fact, that should be a goal. That should always be a goal if it's not already, if it doesn't already exist.
Yes, we have a PR committee, public relations committee.
Pardon?
I said, yes, we have a public relations committee that are rolling us out on social media, various platforms to try to reach out to the masses and inform, our target organ, or hopefully reach our target audience.
Yeah, absolutely. So perfect.
50%, it was sort of like a.
I'd said engage. I'd said increase membership by the end of the campaign. I was going to say to 50% of all allied workers, but I just threw that number out there. I don't know if that's a realistic thing.
No,
I don't know how many allied workers there is. Like, she knows her audience better than I do. Yeah.
Don't forget WhatsApp groups.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Not count out WhatsApp. WhatsApp is one of your most powerful tools, developing WhatsApp groups and broadcast lists. If you were able to get a number for your organization and build it as it's called a business account, you can create broadcast groups that are super duper, broadcast lists, I should say, that are super duper helpful. WhatsApp is one of it's the Chinese telephone of our day. It really is. It goes like wildfire through there. Like it's for the OPM, for example, that is our fastest moving. Like when we have our social reports at the end of the week, the things that go out on WhatsApp always have the highest reach to the best that we can measure that. Absolutely. So.
I just want to add to that. So when you're doing your objectives too, like let's say you got a grant, or I do a lot of work with non-profits and they've gotten a grant, say from Trumpton. And you have to remember too, when you're doing your objectives, why did I get that grant? What's that supposed to do? How am I going to tie in that message? So you work on your messaging. So go a step further with your KPI. You spoke about WhatsApp. Another good one that's local for Bahamas is chemist.net. And what I like about Chemist, and I use Chemist quite a bit, is that one day you can target who your audience is, corporate, regular people, etc. And then they give you your analytics. So that's the thing with your KPI, with your analytics. So and
just for everybody's information, chemist.net is a direct mail service, right?
So I can.
Sorry, for everybody's information, it's a chemist.net is a direct mail service. Yes.
Chemist.net is an email service,
Yeah,
right?
direct
So
email service.
one of the things that I
haven't heard of it, but it's.
Chemist KEMIS.net. If you look it up, it's he's been around. I've been using him for about 20 years, and he's really grown. And one of the things that I like now too is that, like with Wise Bahamas, we were able to broadcast videos. Like you can broadcast your video on it. And he works with you, especially when you're a nonprofit. And with the videos, you can tell how many people open it and how many people viewed it. And those are the KPIs that you're going to need for your measurement.
Yes.
For going back to get your financing when your program repeats, and you say, this is our success. I grew my audience from 10% to 25%. Because in the Bahamas, like to put on a seminar like this, right, Matt? Your broadcast, you usually get about 50 people, which is pretty good actually. When you try to reach for 200.
Yeah.
Those are really important.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. A lot of digital platforms, direct mail more specifically, do have your metrics, your KPIs really baked right in on the back end. You can see how many people have opened.
Right.
So you can put those in your goals. You can say that you want to increase direct mail opener, click rate.
Right.
The amount of people that are clicking. Well, you can base it on open rate. You can base it on click rate. Like if you have links in there, so you want to increase your click rate. I think these days a good click rate is considered to be around 18%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but like
no, and even your MailChimp when you use your MailChimp programs, I can also put that together. When you do your email programs, Matt uses them. You can see how many people opened, right? And then he can go back and say, oh, okay, you know what? I advertised for this today, and I have. Well, at first you had 24 people busy, but I had 24 people online and I have 15 people in the room, right?
Depending on how,
depending on, right.
Depending on how granular you're willing to get. And we're getting into data.
Yeah.
We're getting into data analytics, and that is, that can be a daunting undertaking for if you're not regularly in comms. Even if you are regularly in comms, data analytics is this whole
separate thing.
It's also its own section.
Yeah.
So its own section of
it very much applies when you're looking at the annual plans.
Yeah.
On a campaign plan, particularly if it's short term, it can be that baseline you're trying to do. So if you're launching a program and you know that our newsletter gets 20% click rate, then our goal for this thing is going to do something magnificent that's going to launch it 5 points. Whatever that 5 points in shows, this thing actually moved the needle. And so you can build that in a real specific way, but it's, again, that in and of itself may not necessarily achieve your objective unless that's what it is. Like, so.
Exactly. So, you have to evaluate how much if that is going to achieve your objective, essentially, if that's related to your objective. It often is, but it's not always the end all be all. So yeah, I think that if was Ashley that was? Sorry.
The last one was April.
April, sorry. April, I don't know if you have any additional questions, but as you can see from pulling these from objective to goals, we're just making them a little bit more granular. Obviously, it takes into account which tactics you're using to achieve some of these objectives, because in order to measure them, you have to have an understanding of kind of more or less how you're trying to achieve them. But that is essentially the process. And you do want to build this out just because it does help you to pull out how you're going to do taxes. And you'll see that you'll come at tactics from a lot of different ways as we go through this, because we'll also talk about coming to your tactical plan from an audience perspective as well. But this is, how you can pull out, your goals. And as you pull out your goals, you are inevitably thinking about your tactical attack approach to the objectives. And I think that we have gone into the time of lunch. I think this is a good time to break, because when we get into who are you, we'll do a little exercise. And some of you will have to come up here and talk, and I feel as if I'll give you guys some, you go and like fortify yourselves for a little bit so that you're ready for that.
However, we want to feed you before we put you to work. Although you've already done some work. Folks who are online, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch, and we will resume back at 1:35, giving ourselves a full hour. The incentive next time to come in person is that you will get some of this food, but for those that are here, next door, we have an assortment of sandwiches from Subways. I think it's a tuna fish. We have a veggie option. We have turkey. We have spicy Italian for those that are risk takers. The turkey has some with mayo, some without, because that was some of the requests from last term. After you've chosen a nice healthy sandwich, we have cookies and juices, waters, and sodas in the cooler next door. So feel free to go over there, eat, sit in a beanbag if you wish, bring it back to your table if you wish. Do some of the work that's now sitting there waiting for you from all morning, or feel free to take the time and network as we do. Or ask, Shanti has a whole bunch more questions.
You can ask me a whole bunch more questions
Thank
in
you.
between places.
Yeah, this is.
I met you at
I do want to just make sure that we put on your radar that there are two more sessions scheduled. The next one is going to be May 25th, which is next Thursday. We will send out a notification on that later this week, but I'm putting it all in your hands and everybody online to say that next Thursday, book the day, very special day. I will be finishing some of the topics that we didn't talk about for fundraising last time. So we'll talk about grant writing. We're going to talk about corporate donations. We're going to talk a little bit about online and a little even maybe about social enterprises, which was a topic that was raised of interest last time. But more importantly than that, the real exciting thing is that Alicia Wallace from Equality Bahamas is going to be giving us a presentation on grounding our work in a human rights framework, which is essential and critical. And more importantly, countries pay her lots of money to go and do this elsewhere. You all are getting it for the bargain basement prices of free. So we want to make sure that you take advantage of it. It also is really key when you talk about collaboration. If you think about it, that we're all on the same principles, we're all on the same framework, it's a very good common place to start. If we're grounded in gender equity and ensuring the benefit and the welfare of the folks that we serve and making sure that those levels are committed, it also gives us a good launching point for any collaboration. On the 30th, we will be doing our final session, which will be focused on financial management and monitoring and evaluation. Now, these may not be as sexy as communications or fundraising, but I will tell you they're absolutely essential. We were just having a great conversation, JJ and I, about like how do we make a case for ourselves, and it is through showing and demonstrating our impact. It is through having measures that very clearly show something happening between now and then. We also will probably at that point go through a little bit of the most recent impact survey, just sharing some of the measures that came out of that, because I think they'll give us some benefit on that. So those are 2 dates to make sure are on your calendar. We will continue to probably have a similar food scenario, although we will have a true vegan option.
Oh,
right there. Any other feedback on things that we should consider going forward, please let me know. The first is the 25th, so that's next Thursday. Wednesday? Wednesday, sorry. 25th is Thursday.
Yeah.
Right. So the 25th is Thursday.
26th. Same time, Matt, 10 to same time?
Yes, the same time, 10 to 3:30. And then the final session will be on the 30th. What we do want to also have coming out of here, though, are maybe smaller virtual sessions. We did have some of the funders who didn't get a chance to talk last time that wanted to also have their feedback and give you some thoughts around that. So maybe smaller virtual sessions going forward. Again, we had some, during the break, we had some suggestions of maybe other informational sessions where folks can learn about a particular organization or a particular area. I think we actually, I'd love to learn more about what's going on in the arts and culture side, those types of things. So I think what we'll hopefully do is have some momentum that shoots us into setting up different sessions. So it's an open platform. If there are things that you would like to see, we're really willing to work with you to make sure that those things can continue on this kind of work and trend. So with that being said, we're going to hand it back over to Shantez, who's going to put you all to work, and then we'll go straight through to 3:30, at which point we'll break. So if there's any questions or points, please feel free to let Shantez know or reach out to us afterwards. Thank you all for being here. Great.
All right, so welcome back, everyone. Our next part of this is this.
You want to present it? Right, Phil?
Oh, no.
You didn't know your power.
That works.
Yeah, that works. All right, so the first component after we've established our objectives is as we tell our story, is who are you? And this is determining your branding. Now, really honestly, this should already be established in your overall communications principles, but since we don't have that established and you do need it for a campaign, we're going to start here. And so what I'd like to do is to start with, right, my computer is not. Start with a little exercise that I often do with spokespeople. It's actually more for when they're going in for an interview or something like that they have it, but I think it's a good way to pull out what's interesting and important when you talk about your organization. So I call it the S sandwich. No, that's not stand for shit sandwich, just actual S's. So yeah, it's a story, a soundbite, and a statistic. And it doesn't have to be in this order, but I feel as if when you are trying to give a lot of information in an interesting way in a short amount of time, in a small amount of words, I suppose, more necessarily time, it's good to have a story, a soundbite, and a statistic or a solid fact. It doesn't have to be an actual number, but something that is like a concrete fact. If you can slip all three of those in, you can usually, really catch tomorrow's headline, or make sure that you're what's being rolled in the news, that kind of thing. So it's try to make your story short and interesting. And when I say story, it can be anecdote. It doesn't have to be a whole I know Bahamians like tell story and it go long. And that I'm not necessarily talking about you going back in the day when I was a kid necessarily, but you have something that has a narrative arc to it that people can catch on to and really be pulled in by. So, maybe if I was speaking on behalf of the crisis center, maybe I would say, something along the lines of, you'd be surprised at how many of the people that call into the hotline when I'm on are actually single mothers just looking for support. Maybe depending on what I'm trying to say, maybe that's my anecdote. It's something that is, it's technically a story. I'm telling you like a little piece of a story of what's going on in someone's life, kind of thing. Maybe I pull in a stat. If I am talking about the feminization of poverty and how that leans into domestic violence, etc., maybe I say you'd be surprised at how many women that call into the hotline are actually single moms who just need support, and they are just struggling. They're at their bottom line. In fact, and I forget what the statistic is. Hands for Hunger has it. I'm pretty sure X amount or the percentage of people underneath the poverty line I can't remember how many percent. But I think it's like this really large percent of people under the poverty line are women. So we're really seeing that poverty is feminized. Soundbite may take a little bit more time because you want something that's going to be really, really catchy. One of the ones that I often use when also once again talking about stuff for the crisis center is something along the lines of look to your left, look to your right. How many women do you see? I guarantee you saw a rape survivor. Something like that. Which is kind of wrapping up a soundbite and a fact, because I might follow that up with, between 1 in 3 and 1 in 5 women have survived sexual assaults in the Bahamas, and maybe I'll go into a story, something short about confidentially, a client or someone I've known, or just something in my own past, like how many of us used to go to the JA dances when we were kids. Like, I think back on some of the stuff that happened in there, and that was sexual harassment and assault, and I didn't even know because we are so used to it. I might say something like that. That's a very short story that that relates to everybody there, can draw them in to what you're saying about your organization, and then you can go into, this is the crisis center. We've been fighting this for 40 years, 40 plus years. The good work, and depending on what the reason for your pitch is or what you're trying to say, you might say, like the good work that we've been doing on a shoestring. $200 can help us, get a family out of a dangerous situation. And if you're willing to give that, maybe that's the way that I'm pitching it. But yeah, so essentially, story, soundbite, statistic, a great sandwich to make sure that your pitch, because that is what we are going to be doing, our 60-second pitch for our organization. I think that that's always a really great way to really boil down what you think is important about your organization, and establish a basis. It is not the same thing as establishing your core narrative, but I think that it is a really great basis and a good exercise for us to do today, to try and establish that. So with that said, I do challenge everyone to write down what they think is a good story, a related soundbite, a related either statistic or solid fact. And I know that not everything has statistics with it, but it could be like a concrete fact that someone might not know about the subject matter that you're pushing for this campaign. Then I want you to try and string it into. Then I want you to try and string it into a pitch, a core narrative. So with that said, I think that if I gave everyone 5 minutes, is that not enough time to try and pull that together?
I feel like you could give us more time.
Yeah. So let's put 5 minutes on the clock and everybody sit and try to, like I said, come up with that S sandwich. And then once you have that down, what you pull it together into a short, something 60 seconds or less that you think sums up your organization. If you were to just if someone to stick a mic in front of you right now and say, tell me about your organization, you'd be able to pull that together, and be fairly confident that you'll get that soundbite on the news tomorrow. Okay, maybe not. Maybe don't hold yourself to that standard. No pressure. We'll just do something that's short. Like I said, you should be able to say it in under 60 seconds. It should have all the pertinent facts in there, and you should try to pull out interesting story, soundbite, fact to make it really grip people. And go, I guess. It is, according to my watch, 1:56. At 2:01, I've asked for volunteers to come up.
Just a note, you can only plug in either the tea or the coffee to at the same, you can't do them at the same time, so if the kettle is plugged in, you just have to remove it and plug back in the coffee. Okay, just can't have both.
Needed water.
Yeah, I can get you more water.
No, she put it in. Put a bottle in.
Yeah, I'll get some more bottles.
It's starting to be simple, but I know we had said earlier that it's simple.
You do, I mean, for starters, you only have 60 seconds to get your whole, package out. So, so you do wanna make sure that you can keep
Like
it in
no
that
words
time.
like sustainable, nothing like that, right?
I don't know, yeah, you can use that language if you feel as if your audience would be equipped for that, that's fine. By the way, those who are online, feel free to do this exercise too. I'm probably gonna call on you as well. Seems like there's some things in the chat.
Sending them the details.
Okay, yeah.
Matt, I think you should do this, especially the 60-second part.
What's that?
I think you should participate.
I'd be ready for the technology. It can't come with the room.
Okay, 2-minute warning.
They're not cheap.
All right, everyone start winding down. 5 minutes is up to give a little bit of grace because it looks like everybody's still writing, but
Writing down. Okay.
it doesn't have to be as hard as fast as that. If you want to take a couple extra seconds, but I am gonna. Stop a second. Okay, it seems like quite a few people have their pens down, so who is ready or who's feeling confident? Who wants to come up and read their 60-second pitch? I was like, oh, come on up. Come on up. Okay, yeah.
Want me to come up?
Would you like to come up? Yeah. So we can hear you.
Now, you said it had to be short, right?
Yeah, it should be under 60 seconds.
Okay.
It should cover all of the basics.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm from the Bahamas Crisis Center. And we deal with abused women and children. And we work with them every day. Soundbite, children tracking through the playgroup room and of course the kitchen while they wait to tell their tales with silence or sighs of hope. We have 40 volunteers who carry out the work of the Crisis Center.
So yeah, that definitely covered our 3 S's. What we want to do is pull it together so that it reads like a paragraph that flows. So that almost you want to pretend as if someone just stuck a mic in front of you and said, tell us more about the Crisis Center. You can definitely, all of those were really great components that could be strung together in a great 60-second pitch. Any other persons want to take a crack?
I have 2, actually.
Oh, wow. So 5 minutes was too much time. But I just looked at 5 minutes was too much time. Yeah.
But I don't have to come to the front though? Yes.
Okay.
I get nervous.
You don't have to. The camera will come to you.
No, I'm good.
Karen, you're nervous? You got it.
Okay, so I'm gonna take the second one. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, good. So, hello, everyone.
Hello.
So climate change is ravaging our country, but we lack the resources to make those changes necessary to escape sea level rise and overheating, and the mental issues that will come from climate change and the tourists who will leave our country because of this heat. But did you know that we've only got 25% to 1/3 of the budget necessary to do that? That's my pitch.
So, I mean, that started off so strong. Climate change is ravishing our country. That is a headline, right? That's definitely like a very, she put a lot of urgency in it, which I think is great. And you think about tone, when you think about a pitch, you want to be thinking about tone. Urgency is always a great tone for a 60-second pitch. Gets people drawn in. It really drove it home with regards to the tourism, like saying, we have a stake in this. So I think that that was a good. Yeah. Well done. I mean, we didn't have a whole lot of time. You were well under 60 seconds as well. So I think that there's an opportunity to build that out more, and you can work on it more as you. But I think that there's an opportunity to build that out more with more of maybe your objectives, maybe more of your goals, more of what you're currently doing, because I think that's an important thing.
I need to put all of that in?
Yeah. Sorry, I know that I said that's just, I should have maybe loaded that up front. Your 60-second pitch, you want to try to encompass what your organization is about. So you do want to talk about
So we're raising monies to support.
yeah, what you're doing. You want to talk about
I'm down for it.
your history, if that's relevant, and if it fits, whatever you want to select it as the most important information that you need to get across in 60 seconds for someone to feel like I understand what you do and I want to be a part of it.
Gotcha.
So, JJ?
Can I stay sitting down?
Can you speak loud
I'll
enough for
speak very
everyone to,
loud.
okay.
I can speak very loud. Hands for Hunger. Food insecurity has no face. H4H started with food rescue in 2008 and focused on eliminating hunger in the Bahamas and significantly reducing food waste. But obviously during COVID, our model had to change because the restaurants and hotels were closed down. And of course, there was no more food to rescue, but the need was there. It was actually greater. So that's where our pantry, our client choice pantry was born. And since then, we've also launched our school program, our Hands for Hunger school pantries, where we have adopted 15 public schools that we have pantries in to assist students who are not able to get into the lunch program. And we also have taken our community markets and made them mobile and have now gone to family islands to assist people in family islands where the need is extremely great. Obviously, with the increasing cost of food all around the Bahamas, we see more and more people facing food insecurity. Since 2008, Hands for Hunger has rescued 2.5 million pounds of food. And we have, during COVID, we fed more than 10,000 families. And we now have 3,000 families registered. And this is a frightening number. We have 3,000 families registered at our pantry who we assist on a weekly basis. And, you know, through strategic partnerships, we want to be able to continue coming up and creating innovative solutions aimed at achieving national food security. And this is why we need your help, because together we can transform the community.
I have basically one notes. That was a perfect second speech. Not only did she hit all of these, she hit some of them twice. She got us two stuff. She began and ended with a soundbite. She got us some solid facts, statistics, and not just that, interesting statistics. And she told the story of what they were trying to do, while also really building in, you know, what they're currently doing, what they're planning to do, and she put the ask in there. And you know what? This is something that I put together for more generic. And if I was thinking at all, I would have made this a sauce sandwich, because the ask. Always got to put in the
I was
ask.
going to say handsforhunger.org/donate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. You always got to put your call to action in here for an interview, etc. But I mean, just in general, you want to keep your call to action in your overall, your core narrative, because especially for a campaign, because at the end of the day, like I said, a campaign is about action. It's about making that impact, that change. So when you put together that core narrative from this, and like I said, essentially your core narrative is essentially a 60-second pitch, just tailored a little bit more to be built out for campaign. So you can model it after that. It hates me. This is a big blank space, but I left it on there for this to be a template for you guys for campaigns. And yeah, you could use the S sandwich to pull this together. Like I said, I was remiss. You do want to have that call to action, that ask at the end. As I ask, often the call to action is donate or volunteer, but sometimes the call to action is something else. This is why we need you to, you know, I want to say, be more mindful of your water usage in your own house. Maybe that's your call to action, is for people to be more water conscious, or something like that. So some kind of behavior change. So
Can I give it a shot?
yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes. I would like.
No.
It sounds like everybody wants to say yes. Okay, I'm excited. Okay, and someone from Zoom also wants to. Okay, so Mark.
All right, 11 years ago, when Sean Ingram founded One Lutheran Foundation, a community development organization, there were very few options for Lutherans to be able to get vocational training. It's either swim academically or sink vocationally. As we come up to our 50th year, it is critical that we empower all members of our communities to become productive citizens. One of our 5 pillars in education is education. And over the last 7 years, we've educated over 700 local Lutherans in subjects as diverse as culinary, electrical, roofing, carpentry, sewing, hydroponics, beekeeping, and soon to be offered solar. We pay all our students a stipend as they earn and learn. Education also supports our pillar of boosting economic development, bringing jobs and financial inclusion into South Eleuthera. Please support our efforts to help build our nation over the next 50 years.
Ooh. Let's cross over. You said there was someone on with their hand raised on Zoom.
No, I was just asking if it was going on. Does anyone on Zoom want to take a swing at it?
In the meantime, you can.
I can if you wish.
Okay, yes, go ahead. Who's that?
Do I have the floor?
You do have the floor.
Thank you. This is Marilyn from Society Bahamas. I'm currently the vice president. And the story that I would give with respect to Civil Society Bahamas is that Civil Society Bahamas was resurrected as a counter to government's insensitivity to the impact of a regional decision. CARICOM single market specifically.
Monica, you're cutting in and out.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The story is that Civil Society Bahamas was resurrected in order to counter a government's insensitivity in this respect to the potential impact of the Caribbean single market and economy, namely the free movement of persons within the region. And the soundbite would be Civil Society Bahamas is an umbrella of advocacy to serve your CSO for during its rainy day of adversity. Again, I'll repeat. Civil Society Bahamas is an umbrella of advocacy to save your CSO's rainy day of adversity. And therefore, you can approach us on civilsocietybahamas.org. And the solid facts that I would emphasize more than statistics, because we're still grappling with coming up with those kinds of quantitative analyses. But I would give two solid facts. The first would be civil society, according to the United Nations, is the third pillar of governance. And lastly, the Bahamas government social security safety network would be a sieve without CSOs or NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that well, you were cutting out a little bit. I think that your soundbite was really good. I really like that analogy, that metaphor of the umbrella covering your CSO on a rainy day. I think that you would probably want to take that, if you were turning that into a 60-second pitch, maybe take a little bit less technical. I think that a little bit more lay language, but overall it had all the components there to build out a 60-second pitch. And you probably want to add in more of the services that CSO is, like the services that CSO is Civil Society Bahamas, CSB is performing and its purpose and the ask once again. So yeah, great bones, great skeleton. And,
blaze for the good of many. The pledge to rescue them by reporting the whereabouts to.
Yeah,
because I'm in your week. So my name is Laverne Sturm. I am the president of the board for Solutions Counseling Services Network, which has been birthed in the heart of Emma Bassett since 2014. She is a clinical social worker who has worked with the government of the Bahamas, I'm sure you know her, right? For over 20 years. And so this is a nonprofit organization, which I said already, which was launched in 2014. And so the main purpose of our organization is to address or significantly reduce social issues by providing physical, mental, and spiritual support to people of all ages residing within the Bahamas. Through what method? Rehabilitative and therapeutic programs, counseling, intervention, and transitional housing. We believe that a healthy mind is the greatest treasure. The organization addresses some core issues that affect a person's ability to function and to be a productive member of the society. And so these include, of course, mental illness, addictions, criminality, incarceration, and homelessness. Without organizations like SCS, network, and the intervention that it provides, we have an increased society of people who are ill-equipped to be supported to overcome life's challenges. The mentally ill will continue to be left out, and crime and incarceration rates will continue to rise. And people will continue to go homeless and face hunger like my dear person has said already. So SCS Network provides and programs which cater to people of all ages and gender. These programs also include provide access to food and offer an effort to eliminate hunger. And these programs are as follows. One, the Silver Light Housing Program, which has supported 28 individuals, 75% female and 25% males. The Juvenile, which is one of our greatest passion about the young men, the Juvenile Male Mentorship Program, which has successfully completed a rate of 72% from 2014 to 2019. And then we also have the Girls Empowerment Club. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandra Dean Patterson. Through this proposal, not for helping us, but for being attentive. But through this proposal, we are seeking funding for operational expansions and improvement and maintenance of existing programs and services with a funding goal of $1 million. And for the fact that we need this amount of money, it's to purchase a multi-purpose facility to house programs and services. It's to purchase a vehicle transportation to assist housing clients and juvenile clients, and to increase housing and program capacity, to procure supplies and resources, that is food, educational tools, etc., and human capital, educational and psychoeducational support. This is the program and this is what we do. And so you can feel free to hit us up, on our Facebook page, the Nuisance Counseling Services Network, where you can get further information. Thank you.
Right? But you can't beat delivery, right? I will say that was a very jam-packed with information. I think you probably could have culled it down a little bit.
But I didn't feel like cutting it out of the page, but my apologies. I had to quote the I wanted to get the information out 60 seconds by looking at Dr. Sandra Dean and looking at some people in here. So that I can really sound like my apologies.
No worries. Hey, if it works, then the pitch works, right? Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that could have been pared down a little bit on the informational side, so that you could have gotten in some more narrative content. Because I think that, the topic that you're talking about, you probably could have really strung in a good anecdote. And like I said, it doesn't have to be a full story. It could have been an anecdote, but that's a topic that I think you could have made a really big emotional impact. You don't have to say a specific client's story, but you could say something along the lines of the amount of homelessness that we're seeing in the Bahamas. Every single one of us is driven by someone who's asked us for money at our windows. Something like that, something that really drives it home, grounds you in, this is the story that we're telling, this is what we're trying to address, something like that. So that would be my only note. Try to bring that narrative element out, because you had your
programs in one. Thank you so much.
So the only thing so what we did was a 60-second pitch. Did someone online want to give it a try? Did we have any volunteers in that regard? Any more volunteers? Did we have any more volunteers in the room? Yes.
I don't even know if this is accepted. I'm just totally okay. Come up here.
Yeah. Come on.
Hi, I'm Angelita Ishmael. We influence and empower others to tap into doing good and promoting kindness and care. Apart from strengthening your personal brand, we advocate for change and making our world a better place. Avalita & Co. tells your story or message through public relations, press releases, and media management, photography, and community. Clients include Jamar Roll, the celebrity artist. We took him to see the Pope and got the Obama portraits of the White House. Help launch and brand the Winnie Luther Foundation. Advocacy messages for Rise Bahamas, Imagine Local Government and Protection of Women and Children, Rotary programs, and we rebranded the Pace School to the Angela Urcher Institute.
I love your soundbite. I love your soundbite. I do think that for this purpose, and this is a great example of it doesn't always have to have the full S sandwich. An S sandwich is a good place to start from. And some of those elements could really, shine in certain contexts, and, you might damp them down in others. For a service, a story isn't as necessary as for a nonprofit, nonprofit space, though you also could include one if you wanted to. But I think that was all overall pretty good. pitch altogether. So you wanted to do that?
I can project. Okay, so 30 years ago, the Bahamas Reef Environment Educational Foundation was founded to give the ocean hope. Over the years, with education at its core, the organization has carried out many projects and programs to aid in public education, encouraging the community to implement sustainable practices for a better Bahamas. With 95% of the Bahamas territory underwater, our coral reefs that break up to 97% of storm surge energy in an archipelago in the Atlantic hurricane belt. Public awareness, education, and action is essential. Sorry,
I love the soundbite, give the ocean a voice. I think that there's probably an opportunity to even echo that again in the end and double soundbite that, like, something along the lines of like, join our, or raise your voice to join our mission, something like that. There's the, you could echo that in the soundbite, something along those lines. And I think once again, you incorporated a narrative quality to it. You could have leaned into it a little bit more, but all in all, thumbs up, everybody in here.
I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a comment. It might be useful as you go through the exercise to think about not just what you want them to know, but how you want them to feel.
Ooh, I love it. Sorry, one of our audience exercises, actually, literally one of the columns is, what do you want them to think? What do you want them to feel? What do you want them to do? So yes, it's a wonderful point. And it would come from our theater. So yes, he's absolutely right. Thinking about what you want them to feel, really how you connect with them emotionally through this piece. And then in general, as you're developing out your messaging, thinking about how the audience would feel is a huge part of how you can really make that connection that you want to make. Because people only act if they connect. Yes, there you go. I'm going to, right. No, it didn't work. You can go again. I want to say that, so the exercise that we just did was for our overall organizations. When you're doing this for a campaign, I mean, you may not do it exactly this way, but when you're thinking of like, how do we put together our core narrative for this campaign, which is one of the ways that I usually try to get my juices flowing before putting together, messaging, and that I can, something that I can, essentially a concept note of sorts that I can give to my graphics designers so that they have an idea of what kind of look and feel essentially they want to put together, which colors they're going to use, which shapes, etc. when they put together my branding. So yeah, that core narrative or core concept, some people call it as well, is kind of what I'm trying to get at here. And when you're doing it for a campaign, it is a little bit different from when you're just doing a 60-second pitch, but I think a 60-second pitch approximates that enough that it was a good exercise to do. When you're doing it for the campaign itself, though, of course, you're going to narrow down your scope with regards to that S sandwich, but also just the elements that you're putting in there. So, whereas, I was talking about more broadly for the crisis center when I gave my S sandwich and my idea for that general concept for that pitch. If we were specifically talking about our sexual health red flags conversations in schools, I would narrow it specifically to that, and I'd be talking, more about. I might still include some of those elements. It's like for 40 years now, the crisis center has been fighting sexual and domestic violence. And one thing that has been consistent throughout that time is the earlier that we catch, students, the more likely we are to raise people who are in healthy relationships. Maybe I'll go in that direction, that kind of thing. But you really want to make sure that you narrow down your focus to the campaign. Now you want to root it in whatever your core narrative is for your organization. And so, like I said, as an organization, you should have that in your comms. I always call it like a strategic comms doc, strategic communications document that kind of has a lot of things about what is our branding, what is our voice, like what voice do we speak with, what is the tone of how we speak, you know. So when I was at org, it was like our tone was mostly I want to say very straightforward, very matter of fact. We went for neutrality as much as possible, especially political neutrality. You know, even though I've talked about emotional connection, actually with org, we did lean out of a lot of emotional language and words, trying to elude at academia without actually becoming jargony or, you know, too complicated, these kinds of things. So, you know, that idea of what our brand, your brand and your voice is, your tone. And so I get into here now. You can, one of the great things about the 60-second pitch exercise is that it gets you thinking without getting technical. It gets you thinking intuitively about what these components are. So usually you can look at what you kind of intuitively put together for your 60-second pitch and pull out what you think themes and tones are for your branding. I'm not going to go through this exercise for, you know, from the point of view of time, but, you know, generally, you know, when you're talking about your themes, that, you know, is kind of like, what are your narrative elements within, if I was once again going in on that, you know, our themes, it kind of overlaps with I guess your messaging, your key messaging points, but it's more of kind of like, what are the ideas behind those? So, you know, your themes might be, maybe your themes are gender equality is in there as a major theme within your branding. Maybe overall equality and human rights are major parts of your communications themes. Maybe and this can be pulled out as, you know, content-based themes or themes that are about who you, like, you know, kind of like who you are. So maybe you're not out there talking about human rights specifically, but you're coming from a basis of egalitarianism per se, and that's, you want to make sure that that translates into the way that you are talking and the way that you are framing out your message. I know that that's very kind of amorphous, but your themes essentially are, you know, almost like a word cloud. Almost like a word cloud, if everyone knows what a word cloud is here. It pulls out all the keywords to describe kind of who you are, and then your tone is your voice, your voice and your tone, how you want to communicate about this topic. So maybe you've decided that, you know, you're going to talk about, I'm trying to think of a topic. You're going to talk about coral conservation, but you've decided that people think that it's too stuffy, it's too academic, it's too scientific. People feel like they can't access science. So maybe you decide that your tone, you're going to have this campaign that's actually going to lean really funny and very colloquial. Maybe you've decided that your main audience is children, so you're going to, you know, make sure that it's very simple language and it's very animated. So that all of these would describe your tone, and you want to make sure that you kind of you define that. And once again, you're realizing that as I talk about that, this is taking into account who audience is and stuff. So under normal circumstances, I actually do my audience analysis first, but I felt like we wanted to root in the who we are first in this regard. But yeah, for a campaign, you know, your tone, your voice, it's kind of like, how are you speaking about this? You know, how, what's your tone? It's like, I don't know a synonym for it, but it's just very much like, you know, how do you want to sound when you talk about this? And like I said, tone can mean a lot of different ways. You can say that you're going to be very neutral, very academic, like I said before, or you can decide that you're going to be very, very emotive. You're going to lean into emotion very heavily, and you're going to make sure, or, you know, maybe you're going to lean very, very patriotic. That is also a tone, and patriotic is often a tone that does well in the Bahamas. I'm just going to give you guys a hit there.
I'm listening, I'm just thinking about, for our exhibitions, we have a lot of text that goes on the wall of the exhibition. Will guide people through the shows. And what we always find is there's like there has been, we're working on changing that, kind of chasm between curatorial department and the education department, because curatorial is being, they're doing the research, and the curators is creative practice fields, they tend to be quite precious about their words. I mean, they're not writers. And, I have this beautiful sentence, don't change my sentence. But it's all extremely scholarly. The language is very much art speak that the average person really can't not even understand, but even it automatically alienates them.
Yeah.
Right. So on our part, we're the ones looking at it saying, well, you can't use those words, right? Most people don't know what the word seminal means. Don't use it. Find a different word. You're saying it's a seminal work. Save that for the catalog, but not for what you're putting on the wall. So it goes back to the same thing where from where we're sitting, we're looking at generally who we are actively inviting into space and saying, hey, this is your museum. Come and take a look, but you can't, people won't feel as if they are invited if they come in, and even the language is not something that's, the language automatically makes them feel as if they're too stupid. Just be quite frank here, too stupid to even be a part of engaging with the exhibition while they're working in a meaningful way. All the time. So, so just more of a comment.
No, yeah, no, that's a wonderful comment. And I think it really excellently demonstrates the importance of deciding your tone and deciding your tone in alignment with your audience. And it's difficult for you because you're managing two stakeholders there, right? Whenever the audience is coming in, and then your artists who are also a stakeholder and audience in a way. You don't want to diminish their creative voice, but you need to work with them essentially to make sure that they are translating it into a way that they're connecting with the audience that you're putting them in front of. And I want to just use this as an example because we are doing that all the time too. And so, Orange Economy Spectrum. Every one of you is an artist when you're putting together your 60-second pitch. No, but absolutely, tone is incredibly important. You want to put thought into who you are speaking to when you decide the language that you are using. You want to ensure that, if you are in a space where you are trying to, where your primary audience is lawmakers, you're not going to be using an extremely colloquial tone. You're not going to be using a Dasque as your spokesperson and using the type of language that he uses to, reach the halls of parliament, maybe actually our halls of parliament. it might come through, but you understand what I'm saying. You want to ensure that you are matching your tone. And so this is one big long thing, but you may actually decide that you need to break this out by audience, because maybe you've decided that as we go through the audience exercise, that you're trying to get that walk around the island made, and you need to be able to reach young people, lawmakers, persons over the hill, persons behind the gates. You're trying to get all of Nassau, and so maybe for every single one of those people, you're utilizing slightly different tones. Now you want to make sure that you have something unifying between them, because what you don't want is for people to say, well, you're saying one thing with them and another thing with me, but you want to make sure that you're adjusting your tone based on your audience.
Just another note on that too, like obviously verbal tone and written tone are two different things, and written tone can be interpreted so many different ways. So you have to be mindful of that. For example, when you send a text message to somebody, they might read it differently as another person read it. So you always have to be mindful of that.
Absolutely. And and so that'll roll into what your platforms are, because I said it'll be different by audience. It'll also be different by platforms, and I think we inherently know that, because the way that you're going to phrase something on Facebook is going to be a little bit different than you're going to phrase it on the radio, for example. Even if you think that you might be hitting the same audiences with those three different spaces. So tone is an important thing to be thinking of, and it is a part of branding and messaging simultaneously. Question.
There's another comment to add to that. A lot of people, they try to speak in language, and that sometimes works against you, not just in the way where it may be off-putting to some people, and they might not be able to understand, but they, like, you may make a mistake in using too many big words and trying to feel like trying to act over sophisticated. So and it doesn't make what you're saying any less impactful, or it doesn't make your organization more tacky to use simpler language. Sometimes, simple is best. Even like in news, the rule of thumb is keep it simple.
And actually, usually that's
you have to be able to, because it's in mass media, you want to be able to reach the most sophisticated person, at the top of society, and also for like the poorest person with like the little education, who just know how to read simply. You want to be able to get as many people as you can, and so you want the language to be like competent, concise, like effective, but you also want it to be clear, so you don't have to worry about your organization not being respected if you use simple language.
I think that's
So is there an age that you write to? I've heard say write to like a 9-year-old, or is it like an 8-year-old?
I think third
Pick up on
grade.
their point.
Third grade.
I heard fifth, like you're going
I
down.
don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. 10-year-olds.
Usually like
10-year-olds.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, fifth, but in general, yes, simplicity and clarity are, should be strung throughout. I think that we do have a tendency to try and overcomplicate our language in the Bahamas. I think that there are going to be audiences where that will be necessary, but they will be the major minority, like absolute minority of audiences. Really, honestly, simple language. And I mean, like, simple can come in different, once again, tone can change. You can be funny, you can be serious, you can be emotional, you can be proud, these kinds of things within that. But yeah, as far as, your actual like vocabulary and sentence structure, may keep it interesting, but simple is always, when in doubt, KISS. When in doubt, keep it simple.
When I listen to news stories, or just in like, one of the most annoying things is that grammar or pronunciation, and you forget about the message. And
Yes.
somebody will say, did she and they're not paying attention to the message anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that happens in Bahamas too often, because there's a lovely ad on ZNS, I think, well, cable. And it's beautiful, except the grammar is at the end is off. And it spoils the whole thing.
Grammarly is your friend. It is free.
However, I will point out to your points. I also have an issue with going through people's stuff. And the reality is that Bahamians, because of Bahamian Creole, we actually generally don't know how to use words. In fact, we barely use helping words for the most part of it. And I mean, I think that's a great, wonderful part of our heritage. But if you it's one thing to make a conscious decision to intentionally use Bahamian Creole in your advertisement, right?
That's a different.
That's a completely different thing. But when you are working to use standard and you don't know how to use standard, and sometimes even Grammarly can't help you.
No.
Then there's nothing wrong with finding somebody who is a good writer and asking them for help. I think the problem is that we don't do fish on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say that you should always have a second pair of eyes.
Yes.
Preferably a third.
Yeah.
Before anything goes public.
I have one more tip that I think is really important. If you're ever in doubt about something, if you second guess, you say, should I say this or should I not? The answer is always yes. Yeah. Anyway, the fact that you question yourself, your answer, no, don't do it.
And yeah, I mean, like, and for like, I mean, even just with tone, Grammarly does have, if you wanted to, put your pitch in and make sure that it's matching the tones that you want to use, like Grammarly, you can actually like put things in and it tells you the tone. Hemingway is another one that's similar. It's less for grammar, more for style and tone. And you can like feed into that and it will help you to clean things up. It's a free tool. And then there's, of course, the buzziest of the buzz AIs, ChatGPT, which is amazing. Like it will shorten your writing. Like if you do any writing, it will cut your writing time in half. Like literally, like it is. Yeah. I'm like way down to like Chat GPT.
It is not cheating.
It is.
It is not cheating.
Now you've got to be careful with ChatGPT. ChatGPT is advanced AI. That means it has an imagination. It just makes things up. So definitely double check, fact check yourself. But
So I do.
it's not an app. It's a website. So you have to go to. It's like it's gone viral a little bit on the interwebs. ChatGPT is an AI, a generative AI, text generative AI. So you can like feed text into it and it'll feed you text back based on the analysis you've asked it for. So prompt engineering.
It's an app now.
Oh, they have an app now? Nice.
So I did this,
I will find that in the app store.
I wrote a quick little message for something I was speaking to, and then I got a chat.
Okay.
GPT, right? And I put in all of my necessary words and I said, spill out a little message. And I compared them. They're very similar. But GPT has an extra, so I extravagant. But I still felt like I was cheating somehow.
If you use a calculator,
Exactly.
if you use anything, because I think it's one of those things where we come from a Europe where it's like you're supposed to be in the library going through all the
It's
pages.
working smart. It's just working smart. Like really honestly, the other day I had to write a
response, well-rounded, very, very, very polished, manicured.
Because
And there was some specifics that had to do with there.
Because I would point out too that even think about paraphrasing, I would write an entire
Yes.
class on how to paraphrase, how to do that. And quite frankly, when I'm in the middle of doing 500 different things, I don't have time to sit down and look at all the other. Because when
And ChatGPT does an incredible job of paraphrasing. It's one of my favorite things to
a lot of
do.
information coming in, it's your job to edit. You do not have time to fix everybody's sentences continuously. You never finish. So you use those programs to help you.
Yeah.
I already cheated because I have other things to do besides other people's writing.
It's not cheating. It's utilizing the tools.
It's another tool.
We've gone down a rabbit hole. We've gone down a rabbit hole.
Only because the folks online can't hear when multiple people talk. We're just
Yeah.
trying to keep it even. If we're going down the rabbit hole, let's one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. I will just say one more really cool way to use Chat GPT is cross-referencing. It's amazing. I had to put together a speech in a short amount of time that drew from 3 different international agreements and literally just fed the international agreements into Chat GPT. And I said, pull out the similar points. And it was able to, it spat those out in bullet point form. And I was like, good, I got what I need to write my speech. So really, really great. Next slide. I will say that branding is not just about, the words and the language that you use. Branding is about the look and feel of your campaign. I do not have it in here because I'm not a graphics person. That is, but if you can do this basic work and then go to your graphics person, or if you are your own graphics person,
Canva.
Yes, Canva, another great free tool, but you can essentially try and Canva.
Oh, Canva.
Yeah, Canva. So you can essentially translate, your word cloud that you've created, your 2 word clouds that you've created into a look and feel. Because if you've decided that, you're going to be somber and you're going to really focus on inequality or something like that, as one of your themes, and and you know that this is, you can translate that into a look and feel. You know that this is going to, you want to be more austere in your look, perhaps, that you want, probably cooler colors, these kinds of things. So yeah, this is a great tool to help you communicate to your creative team, what you want your visual brand to look like. So next 2 slides, I guess. Nope, I'll do that myself.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's your swipe is not.
What did I just do? I do it wrong. Okay, so the next step is who needs to know. That's determining your audience. Now, I've talked a lot about audience today because for me, after making sure that you are action-centric, ensuring that you are catering to your audience. Sorry, this got a little messed up clearly, but ensuring that you are catering to your audience is the next most important thing. The next most important thing for building out your campaign. So this is my audience priority matrix, and I say my, but I stole this. Thank you, Royanne Dean, those of you who know her. Yeah, essentially, it's a matrix. On this axis, it's the level of influence of the audience, and this axis is the level of importance of the audience. And I find that this tool helps me to pull out who my stakeholders are, and then organize them according to essentially how much priority they get, and how I'm related to them.
Say what's on that.
So this says influence, so level of influence. It has the arrow because the higher up it is, the more influence. And this one is importance of audience. It's so the difference between influence and importance. The importance is how I guess directly impacted they are by your work. Like, are they the direct constituencies that you're trying to impact? Like that level. The level of influence is how much they impact your work. So, do they have a say? So for example, if someone is opposed to you, they're your adversary, they may have an incredible amount of influence, but they're not, I guess, important in the sense that they aren't who you're directing this at in the traditional sense. So when you have something that's both high engagement and high influence, you're going to be actively high influence and high importance. You're going to be actively engaging them. These are key decision makers or key persons in the community that you need to be dealing with in order to make whatever you're doing happen, to make your communications stand out. I feel as if a lot of people probably fall into this, especially since most of us are going to be I guess, and that really depends. So for example, if the first example I use, like health, you're trying to get everyone to eat more healthily, your main audience might be, grassroots, let's say, and they would probably fall into here because in order for everyone to eat healthy, those persons need to act. So they actually do influence your outcome while they are also the target of your work. So they would fall in here. But someone that is high importance, but not necessarily high influence might be, if you're doing an advocacy campaign, on the other hand, for some kind of particular structural change or something like that, maybe that structural change, it impacts over the hill communities. And so those over the hill communities are definitely important, like high importance, because this is a change that is meant to impact them, but they may not be high influence. Your high influences then become, someone who's both high influence and impacted might be the specific MP for that constituency, but then other lawmakers might be over here because it doesn't directly impact them, but they all have a lot of say in what the final outcome is. So I find that this is a helpful matrix for me to pull out kind of which audiences, because sometimes I feel as if it's our instinct to just automatically go to the broadest level possible. This allows you to get a little bit more granular and get an idea. Okay, wait, no, you know what? I actually need to be engaging with these spaces more and these spaces less. I think that there's like, so for example, I find that when we're putting together campaigns, when I've put together campaigns with nonprofits in the past, there's this automatic idea like, yeah, I want to make sure that we reach youth. Youth, it's really, really, really important that we reach youth. And a lot of times it is legitimately important that we reach youth. But then when you sit down and you say, okay, wait, hold on a second, what are we trying to do? And you realize that actually youth don't have a lot of influence. They are almost never up here. Almost never up here. And so then you kind of like, wait, okay, so are they one of the primary audiences from the point of view of like what this service or this thing is for? And if that is not the case, then all of a sudden you're realizing like, yeah, it's nice to say, yeah, I'm gonna hop on TikTok and reach these youth STEM, but are they actually I should be trying to reach? So I think that there is I pulled out the youth because I think that it's really popular to say, oh, I want to reach youth. And it's like, do you need to reach youth? Is that who you need to reach? Who do you need to reach to achieve your goals? So I think that this is a great way of like forcing you to think strategically about that.
Yeah, I'm just checking to see if it's my eyesight is it blurred or.
Is it blurred?
Does not. Okay, just listen me there.
Okay, this has gotten kerfuffled in
Yeah,
the send over to
I'm
Stefan,
sorry, I
but like
just had to double
everything
check.
else is.
Thanks.
But just to give another example, there for our annual summer camp,
Mm.
when we sit down and think about graphics, we think about who we have to reach, who we're trying to reach, how are we gonna get those kids to that camp, and even the overall structure. It's not the kids.
Yeah.
It's the parents.
Exactly.
And
That's a
not only
perfect
do we have
example.
to reach the parents, we have to make sure that the camp is so great and that end of camp exhibition is so fabulous. Gives them an opportunity to show off their kids' work to everybody. That they're like, you know what? Because they have to do on writing, right? So the kids feel empowered, but it's really about the parents.
Yeah.
Right? It's like having a bumper sticker saying that my child's on the honor roll, right? So when we even, not just in communication, but even how we formulate our programming, it's based on, yes, we want the kids to have a great practical experience here. And we want them to tell their parents that they want to come back. But even beyond that, we need to make sure that parents feel as if it's worth their money and their kids' time. And also that they're able to have an outcome at the end that they can basically show off to everybody.
Yeah.
Because showing off is important.
This is an excellent example, a perfect example. And it really parallels something, I did some support to the Ministry of Education recently. They were trying to get attendance numbers up. They did a pretty good job of it, but they were talking about their comms plan with regards to it, and they were just so excited. They were going to go on all these platforms, and they were going to do all these like stay in school, like TikToks and all this stuff. And I'm like, you can do that. Like, I'm sure that wouldn't be a detriment. But when you actually when you did your market research, who makes the decisions? Like, what are the actual impediments to these kids going to school, and who do you actually need to be communicating with? And like you said, it was the parents. These kids were not deciding on their own. I mean, there are truant kids, but like these kids were not deciding on their own to not go to school. This was, often a result of circumstance. And so who you really needed to be reaching to impress upon, you need to send your kids to school was the parents, the guardians, the household, etc. So, like I said, this kind of matrix makes you sit and think like, how influential is this audience that I'm trying to put in this matrix? Do they actually make the decisions for the change that we're trying to impact based on our objective? And then how important are they? Like, are they the ones that this will impact? So like in that example, kids might be, a high importance, but low engagement. So they fall over here. And so you do still want to make sure that they're a part of your campaign, but the parents are here. So you want to make sure that your primary messaging and tactical plan is catering towards here.
I also think what's key about this kind of a grid is for limited resources, which we all have, you have to make some choices. So where am I going to invest X amount of time?
Yeah.
Or similarly, if you have the bandwidth to be able to do different things, your strategy, that ongoing moderate engagement, we just have to keep people involved, can be as simple as just reposting and providing information versus more targeted call to action messages, which are like this group. So they need to be aware of you, but the movement is really within this group.
Yeah.
You also can be really specific about what you're trying to do and where you're trying to do it. Because I do think, and I know we even ourselves have made that, like, let's get everybody. And the everybody isn't always feasible. And not only even if you got everybody, what would you do with everybody? The reality is like, there's not always the capacity once somebody's engaged that you can actually marshal them to do a thing. So it becomes more targeted and kind of return on investment
Yeah.
model.
Forces you to get targeted because sometimes it really is like just instinct. Like I said, kitchen sink is an instinct in comms. Like, you just want to, I want to hit it all. Can't hit it all, especially with our resources. So you pare it down to who do you really need to get to and how do you get to that? So that's what this matrix is good for. There are other ways to do this and I'm happy to send on more resources, but this is the one that I find kind of works. And like I said, the great Royanne Dean created this matrix. So you can't go wrong. Yeah, next slide, sorry, next slide. So once you've done that, you pull out and you would want to put this in priority. And sorry that we're not going through this because I am seeing that you're like 30 minutes out. So I'm moving more quickly through these now. But once you've done that, you take out the audience segments that you had in there and you put them in order of priority. Obviously, you're starting with the top right. I tend to go then to the bottom right. You can decide, there might be some nuance in there with who's more important between the top left and the bottom right, but I tend to lean more towards the bottom right for myself, top left. And then of course, with, if you include them at all, your bottom left, because by that time you might be getting well down here and really honestly, you don't want to be for.
Could we do a quick round of people where they see their primary audiences are?
Oh, yeah, we can definitely. Absolutely.
Even if it's, kind of go around.
And I mean, your primary audience can change from campaign to campaign. And even just like from objective to objective. So you might have multiple objectives in the course of a campaign and realize that, well, my primary audience for objective 1 is, non-college educated grassroots voting age, and your primary objective for column 2 is behind the gates. Maybe that part of it is the fundraising part of it. But it would be great to go around the room and say, like who you think your primary audience is for your organization or even for your specific campaign that you have in mind today. And maybe just a small excerpt of why. So really forcing you to think about your justification. I'm going to start. Well, Matt, since you suggested it, we'll start with you. You can get the ball rolling because people don't look like jumping to get on this.
So we have like 7 audience segments. I would say the most recent campaign for us is promoting awareness of the ombudsman bill. So again, the word ombudsman is already not great in terms of engaging lots of people. So we're looking at college educated young professionals that will be of voting age in this audience, in the discussion we're at. So recognizing that they are probably the group that's not already aligned with party A, party B, and more likely to say, what does my party think about it? What does my party think? But they also have the capacity to maybe take the time to read through the bill and maybe offer their thoughts and ideas. So we're targeting that for that specific campaign.
That is all wonderful rationale, and I don't disagree with that. I am going to present one challenge to that though. Young professionals are less politically active than older professionals, so why didn't you target them?
Because they also are, we found the older professionals tend to be, again, more aligned with.
Already aligned.
But yeah, when we kind of did our initial research, we said, this ombudsman bill is great. A lot of people were like, well, what about my party's ombudsman bill last time? Your party's ombudsman, and there was this. So we kind of said, let's go to the maybe unaffiliated and see what we think about their ideas. And the concept of getting involved is really more about, we want people to have some sense of this when and if it gets passed, because what we don't want is to have it happen like the Freedom of Information where it's passed and 7 years later, there's not a thing. So it's also, that group is probably the most likely to pursue using a vehicle like this from what research. So.
Done. Mark?
I can't really speak for OEF, so I'm probably not the best in terms of advocacy. They're not doing a lot of advocacy at the moment. I think the focus is really more on getting donors. So one of our putting articles in the newspaper, various aspects of our pillars and why impact investment and other things. So as far as advocacy is concerned, I'm not aware of any.
It doesn't have to be for
Yeah.
advocacy, whoever your audience is for your what you feel is your primary communications objectives right now. So. Or it doesn't need to be your primary, so you said fundraising is one of your objectives, who do you see as your primary audience?
Looking at the Bahamian diaspora.
Okay, so you're doing broad-based funding.
Looking at so also Bahamians in Nassau have at least ties. Get back into that community. And then of course, we also have most of our donations come from international foundations, international. But really targeting on, getting Bahamians in Nassau to come back to Lutheran, to move back to Lutheran, to invest back into their communities, get involved. That's something that we're trying to encourage.
Love it. I love it. And I love that you got that granular with who you were targeting, because I think that there is a tendency, even I said it earlier, is like, oh yeah, our fundraising, like our target audience is behind the gates, and you can get much more granular than that. You can say that we want people of means who have a Lutheran background. And that's perfect. Next, sorry, I don't know everyone's name, so yes.
I guess one segment is to concentrate on students, doctors.
Pardon?
We're not too old and jaded.
Got it. So you're skewing younger persons who are in the earlier part of their thespian career. Got it. It's okay. Makes sense. I don't know if we're gonna have time to go to everybody. So from now on, I'm just gonna ask if you would like to. I'm gonna go this way nonetheless, but would you like to?
I'll go.
Okay.
Crystal, I think Crystal had
Okay, so, our audience does vary based on which programs we are today, but I would say teachers are the main ones for the schools and wiring campaign, because we want to get into the schools to kind of encourage them to encourage teachers to use this part, like bring this into their curriculum, tie educational and marine science to their curriculum. It's like biology is there, but more Bahamian sense. And we've had very good we have a good relationship with the private schools, but the government schools are a serious focus because teachers, sometimes aren't very receptive to that. And then we've also tried with the Ministry of Education as well, that the government schools are engagement government school teachers, so that we can share the
That's great. And I mean, going back to the matrix, it sounds like you're having an issue of trying to, I guess, determine, not necessarily decide, but determine whether teachers fall in that top right or that bottom right, because do they make the decision of what goes in the curriculum for government schools?
Not really, but you only need a teacher. It's kind of like a club. So the Eagle School Club, that's like a part of. You only need one teacher, like Red Cross or JA or whatever.
I see, like
so
a key club and those
like
kinds of things.
Person who's gonna lead it, and sometimes it's a bit more challenging to get it from the.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'd say a three-tier approach for civil society Bahamas, particularly as the apex body, that being the NGOs collectively, and then we go to the individual citizenry and residents, and then the student population.
So I'm going to call out something that I very much, I've done before, but is bad practice, was just creating a segment called the citizenry, or often communicators will call it general population, Gen Pop. Sometimes it is necessary, it is absolutely necessary. You really need that catch-all group, but
really honestly, you want to be steering away from Gen Pop. And those, like, you want to make sure that you're a little bit more segmented from that, because the fact of the matter is that is way too large, way too diverse a group for you to usually for you to develop effective communications for. Now, that doesn't say, like I said, that's not always the case. Like sometimes you are, like, you know, able to capture that entire, or more or less a representation of that entire segment audience.
You're absolutely right.
But you want to make sure that you're breaking that down a little bit more if you can.
You're absolutely right, depending on the program that you're pursuing. For instance, right now, there's a debt management program that's being done in conjunction with a regional body. And that's geared in a specific target area, because speaking finances, debt management, which is the national thing, but also putting that on a full table basis of the national and the person. So the educational process of casting a wide net, because generally speaking, as we were discussing earlier, with regard to the civil society sector, it's a very broad spectrum. I had to step up to take an important call when we deal with that, doesn't matter, but the reality of, I'll just highlight this as I made note of it. Considering the people are the most important assets in investments, generally speaking, the citizenry and residents. And then secondly, with regard to good governance, appreciating that the tripart approach to governance is what our sector is really speaking to. And then finally, the fact that there are 1,500 plus NGOs, and I say that interchangeably in light of those that are active and non-active. And then there's some new ones coming up. I've been getting a lot of requests recently for new NGOs being, and it's always interesting when that is happening, when what we're experiencing right now, the amount of NGOs that we have, but the effectiveness of them, and then the silo operations with regard to them. So the fact that new ones are seeking to enter the marketplace is speaking to gaps that exist. And so strategically, all of us need to be paying attention. There's some things, as you were mentioning earlier, the collaboration, the projects you're working with. We're all touching that same space, but not aware that you're touching that same space. And we can be more effective if we are communicating to appreciate that that is a space that we're all touching. And we can get better yields out of it if we are aware, because it helps us to manage the resources better, in that particularly on finances, the limited finances that we have to try and get this job done is scattered. But if we pull it together, it can help us to run longer campaigns with more effective results coming out of it. But that's a communication situation again.
Dealing resources. Like to?
So because found that we try to put up an area of coverage in that particular aspect, realizing now that mental health challenges are getting so much for younger ages, injections and all of these aspects of it. So try to this basket right now, she's in and ironically enough, in Guadalupe, we did a lot of counseling with one after Hurricane Dorian, September 2018 to March 2020, and we had most of our persons think that 10-year-old. So we had to deal with the younger ones and the parents, especially because we realized that even for these younger targeted audience were the children, but we realized a lot of aspects of their challenges and before the hurricane, the trauma and all of the actual events that were taking place. So parents, so a lot of them, 5 of them as parents, and what happens at home. And so we're doing a lot of research right now. We're trying to get funding, of course, that's one of our objectives, and internationally also. But try to keep it as a general thing, because all the homelessness and all the other aspects of our program, it covers the general populace, age 10 straight up. But the ones that are targeted for the empowerment, those empowerment and the points to specific age.
And I think that, thank you so much. I think that that illustrates that, once again, you want to ensure that you're also distinguishing between your programmatic audience and your communications audience. Now, your program, your program audience probably falls into your communications. Like, so if you have a program for
child survivors of Dorian for counseling kind of thing. They are to a certain extent, probably within your communications matrix somewhere, but really honestly, your primary audience, once again, might be their parents, you know, making sure that you're communicating to them that this resource is available and you can bring your kids in. Maybe that's not the way that you're tackling it. Maybe you're asking teachers to be able to recognize it at school and recommend the kids, those kinds of things. And so you want to be thinking about who are you communicating to versus who is your program catering for.
Because we have to do a lot of this with teachers.
There was one about Maryland. Oh. Go ahead, Marilyn.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, unfortunately, I could not hear the interventions from the audience, like Mark Palmer's and some others. I couldn't hear their recommendations as to who are their primary audience to focus on. But nonetheless, I did hear Dr. Hamilton very clearly, and I won't in endorsing, excuse me, everything he said. I'd like to add something. As I said earlier, I'm with Civil Society Bahamas, and I'm becoming more and more convinced based on my experience with Civil Society Bahamas that, as Dr. Hamilton, the president, said, Civil Society Bahamas has a very broad reach, and he focused on NGOs. But I'm becoming more and more convinced that perhaps the best way in terms of the targeting for Civil Society Bahamas to find the insights we want would be to more intentionally go after retirees, because they represent a reservoir of experience, knowledge, and networking. So that would be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a subset of the individuals, because the focus with regard to the NGOs, CSOs, individuals making a distinction between organizations and the person, the individuals.
But even that, I mean, that example is a great way of kind
It
of
is,
going.
yeah.
It's like, okay, because again, there's lots of audiences, there's lots of time, there's lots of different channels.
I was gonna say, when you think about all the different
Right, but you can envision saying, here's a campaign specifically to reach out to retirees in this and from that purpose. So I think that, and there's another Donna Delancey.
Okay, yeah, because we haven't heard from Donna yet.
I just want to concur with Ms. Marilyn Zonico, because we do have a wealth of knowledge and skills in senior officers and middle management who would have retired over the years that can really contribute to civil society and directing our country in the way it should go in all aspects of the pillars of society. And so, yes, we need to target and pull into civil society all those persons who have a lot to offer the country, and they're about lost, they kind of lost in society, but they are the ones that are necessary to guide and be there to facilitate all the various complicated issues that are currently facing our government. And we have the time to come together and zero in to help bring solution quickly, because we are not tied up with the day-to-day routine of running a ministry or department. We do have a lot of knowledge and skill set we would have acquired, in particularly those who would have served to either mandatory age and maximum years of service. And so I just want to concur with Madam Marilyn Zonico on what she said.
Thank you. So you heard it here first. Don't forget the retirees. And I actually am going to reiterate that they, in a lot of times, are overlooked.
but that is an active audience segment. If you are running campaigns in political spaces, especially, that's a very active audience segment. Dr. Hamilton, I'm gonna put it on.
Just one quick thing that I heard that the institutional knowledge is resident within those diaries. It's critical to help to steer from the sector, particularly in building the clusters in the civil society sector, to have that direct input into those sectors. Very, very important.
Moving this way, are there any more persons that want to go through? We are running a little tight on time.
We have many,
Yeah.
we have a wide range of audiences, depending on, what our campaign is. So obviously, those who face food insecurity. So that's when we kind of hit the general population and we say you don't want to, but we have to make sure people know what we're doing. So we're constantly communicating what we do at Hands for Hunger through social media, through media, print, television. So for the general people, for the general audience to know what we do, people who need assistance and people who want to help with assistance. So that's where we hit that general audience.
Yeah.
But that's more of like a feel good, like to let people know what we're doing on the ground, what we do every day, so people can see that we're actively out there doing it. Then we have the other audience, which is obviously our corporate Bahamas audience, our donors, our private donors that we target. We target them differently. We target them through email, personal, we send an email blast, we host functions and things like that to encourage them to make donations, to show them on a more intimate scale what we're doing, feed on the emotions, obviously. And also to show them to be transparent, that's really important as well, so they can see the work that we're doing and that we want to continue to do and how they can be a part of them. Then we have the kids, the younger audience, right? That we have to educate them what Hands for Hunger is about. We have Helping Hands clubs in the schools all across New Providence, where they can get their community hours. They can still help Hands for Hunger. Parents don't have to worry about taking them to somewhere. They can do it right at the school. And they take charge of it. It's a student-led organization, and kids feel very empowered. And so getting that information out to the kids, because the schools, as we know, do not communicate. So we have to put that communication into the schools and the public. So we have to communicate with them. So we have TikTok, we do TikTok, and we let the kids know what Hands for Hunger is all about. And hey, guess what? We have got Helping Hands clubs at your school. This year we just came out with a mascot. He's a superhero. He's a can of soup with he's really cool. Mask and everything. And we did that for the kids, you know what I mean? To get them involved and get them excited and want to be a part of the goal. And then of course we also have, to reach out to other organizations and be able to partner with them. And we have that audience, and we have to have strategic ways. So, we have a wide scope of audience, very wide scope.
And I think that most of the organizations in here, if they listed them out, they could have a pretty broad. But you're absolutely right. Food insecurity is something that touches everyone. Art is something that touches everyone, I'm sure, as well. I think that even as you talked about Gen Pop, you actually divided Gen Pop into two audience segments technically, but you essentially said that one communication style was able to reach them both, so you were able to merge them. But I think it's important to note that an awareness that those are two different audience segments was there, because in the event that you do need to reach them differently, you already are thinking of them differently.
We make that communication clear when we're,
I think.
So now you're only 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I messed it all up.
It's okay. So this was the matrix that I was talking about before, when you talked about thinking about how audiences feel, because I think that one of the ways that you can start to build out what your tactics are going to be, and this is one of my favorite ways, and also it's kind of what your messaging is going to be, is from this starting point. So the audiences that before I had a different matrix, I was talking about audience and insights, because I think it's important, like once you go through your audience, to go through each one and think about what are they currently dealing with? What are their challenges? What are their, what can I anticipate their thoughts are currently about what I'm communicating? What can I then anticipate their attitude is? So that's kind of what audience and insights are. So what do I already know about this audience that can help me to build out my campaign. That's what that matrix is. And then I go into this space where we're talking about, okay, now what do I want them to do and think and feel? And so I have here an example here. Let's say it's for available childcare. Obviously, it's a government one that I've plugged in here. But you know, my audience, my primary audience is working moms, because this is about increased childcare availability. I want them to think, obviously, that there's more support available to help with childcare. I'd probably even add into that to say that the government cares about my needs as a mother. Would probably be another thing that I'd add in there as a thing.
Affordable childcare. I think childcare is one thing, but affordable childcare is something big.
True.
So yeah, so in here, I actually added this to feel. They feel government understands their needs and is working to address them. So I mean, I think that, you know, you could probably almost summarize this even more to say they feel supported, they feel seen, they feel taken care of. These kinds of things is what you want them to feel based on this campaign. And then what you want them to do, this is an attitude change based one, increased satisfaction with childcare offer, that the government's childcare offer. I think probably an additional one is utilizing the childcare offer, like increased use of the childcare availability. And then, you know, my how might be targeted social posts, events, news stories. I kept this very, very vague. You can build it out as much as possible, or if you don't need to do that, you can keep that as. But I think that this part of it is kind of the important work, and then you pull over to here and you start getting into your tactical planning, and you might decide to do that in a different space. But this is a huge way to get to helping you to the how. So what you want them to think. So what is the information essentially that you want them to know? And from this, and I guess a combination of this and this, you can draw your messaging almost directly. Obviously, you want to fancy it up a little bit more. And here you can keep it super bullet. I really just want them to think that there's more support and available healthcare. But from there, when I start to say, okay, what are my key messages for this? I know that I need to center it around the increased availability of healthcare. I know that it needs to be in language that very much makes people feel supported, is expressing a lot of empathy, because we want them to feel as if they're understood, etc. And then the do, that's, what is my call to action with regards to this? What do I actually want them to do? And then that also helps you to think about what is your measurement of success as well in certain ways. Like I said, I put here an attitude change, increased satisfaction. I think that if I could go back and change this, it would be greater. I would add in, I think that increased satisfaction is a huge part of what we want. I would add in increased uptake of childcare childcare offerings, something like that. But I think that you can do this with almost anything, and with any audience. You break down your audience into these segments. You pull this out for each one of them. Some of them will be the same. Maybe you'll decide that, because if you have a general call to action, for example, the do might be the same across all the different audience, but what you find is that you need them to think and feel different things to get to that do, to what they're doing. And then, like I said, the how, you might decide, okay, so in my last insight, I know that working moms are exhausted, they lack time, from my time on the crisis center hotline, I know they often lack resources as well. I know that, X amount of them are single and X amount of them are married. Maybe I even break that out, depending, into two different audiences. So based on that, where do I think that I am able to reach them? That kind of thing. Sorry, the how is, okay, so what are my tactics? How am I getting them to think, feel, and do this?
But I still don't. Targeted paid social posts.
I threw that in there.
Well, no,
just an example.
To say that
to
she would say, we're gonna send email, we're gonna send messages out on Facebook, and we're gonna put some money to specifically reach that kind of an audience.
Yeah.
You can designate
so yeah.
who you want to invest some money in, so that it'll be sent more specifically to those key audiences that she would have.
Oh, I see.
Exactly. So if I'm
I was
saying that,
thinking-
oh, my
I was thinking
working
something
moms.
Altogether.
Okay.
I was thinking you were going to pay.
Oh, no. So yeah, so if I'm saying, oh, my working moms, they are, the majority of them are in their 30s. I don't know if that's true. But as I'm saying, maybe the majority of them that for we're trying to reach in this program are in their 30s. I know that persons in their 30s are on Facebook because we old now. So I'm going to have targeted paid social posts, on Facebook. Facebook allows you to go in there, and when you boost, you can choose who you want. So I can say, I want women in their 30s, Bahamas, that kind of thing. You can even add in interests. Facebook profiles us, collecting all kinds of data on us. And so they can essentially tell if you're a mother or not. And I can even put that in there and make sure that I'm getting, the ads in front of them. Maybe I don't have money to pay. Maybe I'm then saying, okay, I know that there are these mommy Facebook groups, because those do exist in the Bahamas. I'm not a mom, so I'm not in them, but I know that they exist. Maybe I'm trying to get in there, these mom resource groups, getting invites, going to their leaders and saying, like, I want to be in those spaces because we have this opportunity, or this support for you all. Childcare is expensive, and the government's offering some free stuff. So here you are. I'm getting out into the communities because we know that on the weekends maybe moms are running errands in certain places. I'm going to be in the food stores, or I'm going to be in these places where they're taking their kids, or I'm at the parks because I know that that's where they are. That kind of thing. You can do event marketing. So basically, you're basing your tactics on who your audience is, and we can start talking into what are the categories of tactics and platforms. We are so behind, but like. This is the what do they need to know. I'm gonna skip over this. It's okay. I just feel as if, here I also do, you can take your messages, and I also put platforms here. It is very similar to the matrix I just had, but essentially by audience, you can have what your key messages are. I would usually have what are the overall key messages for the campaign that'll, and then draw, and usually literally trying to put that as I want to say 3 to 4 bullet points. I really am about being concise. That doesn't mean that you can't build out more language as you build out more assets, what we call assets. So the things that you're going to send out, your social media posts, etc. But as a guide, these key messages are supposed to be your guiding principles. You can build them out into a messaging document. And I usually do that, like I said, like this, where I'm either building it out by audience and then taking those key messages and how am I tailoring them to each of these audiences. Sometimes if you're tackling something that has a large scope of information, you may have much more messaging. So for example, the budget, when I'm building that out, I know that, I might have what my key messages are. So last year was the way forward was our title. We had some very basic things around that theme. This is the way forward on security. Well, our 3 main themes are security, opportunity, and relief. So the way forward in bringing you security, ... the way forward in bringing you relief, ... the way forward in bringing you opportunity, ... And then maybe I had something that built those out a little bit more in depth for my reference. But really, honestly, that is the basics of our messaging. You want to keep it quite concise so that that's what you're always going back to, so that you can make sure that everything that you write is repeating some of these very, very key messages, these key phrases, because repetition is key. I haven't said that already. Repetition is key. You want to make sure that your audiences are not just receiving your message, they're receiving it multiple times from multiple places. You want to make sure they're getting it over here, and over here, and they're getting it multiple times each of those ways, because you have to hear something, 6 times before you remember it, something like that. And guaranteeing that you'll actually reach each audience member 6 times usually means that you actually boosted it their way like 3 times as much as that. So really, honestly, you want to make sure that you're hitting your audiences on multiple fronts and on multiple times. And so these key messages are to ensure that you're keeping consistent as you repeat the important parts, the priorities of your So your campaign. So this is counter messaging. I think I talked about it before. I'm not going to go into deep depth about it once again. What happened to the
What was that?
table? I don't know.
Where
This
you-
has
where
a
you
table
wanna-
on my screen, but
No?
is it visible? Okay. But yeah, essentially, you know, a good thing to do as well, preemptively, is to think about your messaging, what I call messaging vulnerabilities. So what are the big questions or the big pitfalls or the headwinds that you might come up against as you go through this campaign? So if your campaign is you're educating people on marital rape, you're obviously going to say your areas of concern are, you know, religious arguments, for example, and what is your counter messaging for that? Like what kind of messaging, what kind of ideas and concepts out there, or even factions are out there to challenging what you're trying to say that you might have to preempt and have counter messaging on. Not everything needs this. Like some things, nobody is going to hit you with counter messaging on. Nobody's going to come and say, no, we shouldn't feed people. You know what I mean? That's wrong, guys. I hope nobody's coming and telling all that. Like, I don't think anybody's going to say that. But, you know, some of us are foraying into spaces where we might see challenge. And I think that anticipating your messaging vulnerabilities is one of the best ways to handle them. Mm-hmm.
So for example, like we work with kids a lot. And the thing about working at an art institution is people, I mean, a general expectation when people bring people into their children to space, they know where they want to go. But at a national institution, we can't be as close as we want to be. So we have to tread that line very, very carefully. But when we have children's programs, we take, for example, for summer camp, parents do have to sign a petition form for us to take pictures of their kids and use them for our marketing. And I have had parents say exactly where will be image. Then we have to already have in place policy that we only use those images in children-related programs. So, for example, the next year's summer camp, right? Or art, everything that's completely neutral, has no connection to any kind of belief system, gender preference, like the list goes on. Like it has to be, it's only for kids, it's a program that all parents be comfortable that they can participate in, because it does not touch on any of those
Controversial subjects.
controversies, because we understand we're supposed to be, we are a space for everyone. Can't be a space for everyone if you are leaning too hard in any direction, right? So in terms of vulnerability, like that's something, especially dealing with kids, we have to answer a lot of questions. Even something like my child, we're not free space, but my child loves nuts. Sorry, we can't have like a limitless number of happy pants on hand. We apologize.
Yeah, I mean, so this is a good example of something that, I mean, you brought in some controversial stuff, but the last part, like, you know, it doesn't always have to be controversy. The thing that I gave as an example is something that's controversial, but, you know, sometimes your counter messaging really is just, you know, headwinds that you might anticipate. So for example, maybe you are, I don't know, you're trying to raise funding for, to build something in some community, so a food bank, or like, you know, I want to say
serve folks with disabilities.
Program to serve folks with disabilities. And maybe one of the things that you're messaging, it's going to be fully inclusive, and maybe you want to ensure that you anticipate that in the particular community that you're in, maybe there's a high percentage of Haitians, and you want to anticipate that a messaging vulnerability might be, you know, explaining why you're including Haitians in your, because unfortunately, you know, and I still ended up with something controversial, like, you know, but you know, it might be things less controversial, like why do you choose that community? Maybe not because of, but you know, like why aren't you building this out more? Or, you know, just making sure that you are anticipating questions people might have, pushback they might have with regards to what you're doing. And like I said, not everything will have, you know, inherently have pushback, but there are always will be. And I mean, sometimes it doesn't have literally anything to do with the actual program that you're doing, because perpetual messaging vulnerability that I had to account for, that I hope you guys don't still have to account for over there, but I think you probably do. I had to like bake into everything that we did with org was like some messaging that really established our political neutrality, because there was a perception that we were very F&M centric. And, that was something that was a messaging vulnerability that we were very conscious of and trying to bake into the way that we spoke to ensure that we were not, that we were dispelling that image, for example. And it literally had nothing to do with the work that we were doing, but it's about messaging vulnerability that we had to take into account.
I just want to, just to check in with everybody. We did say we're finished by 3:30.
Yeah, sorry.
If people have, if Shantez, if you have the capacity to go a little bit more, maybe 15 minutes more.
Yeah.
And folks are willing and available to stay, we've got the space.
This is fantastic.
So people, if you have a prior engagement, by means, feel free, but if not, let's continue. And folks who are joining us online, if you're able to continue, hang on, there's good stuff to come. So as long as we're worth that place, then proceed.
Okay, next slide. All right, how are we reaching them? So this is building your tactical plan. And I think that this is what everyone thinks of when they think of building out your messaging. So not your messaging, sorry, your campaign plan, etc. They kind of jump straight to this without all of that pre-work. I get that pre-work isn't the fun part. This is where we get into, I guess, what most people think of as the meat of it. So your tactical plan, and this is the how. How are you reaching each of these audiences? How are you getting your message across? And so largely I've given examples. This is definitely not exhaustive, but I've given examples of ways, common ways that communicators use to get their messages across different platforms. And I divided by platform because that's usually the easiest way to divide it. Quite frankly, that's usually you're using a lot of the same tactics per platform, though some things might span over multiple platforms. So obviously digital media I put first. I've talked before about constrained resources of nonprofits, and digital media is one of the best ways to get bang for your buck, even if you don't pay at all, though I'm going to go ahead and say you'll go a lot further if you pay. Even if you don't pay at all, you can feasibly build a reasonable audience base over social media. So it's a great way to start. Like it's a good starting place. Everyone's on it. 85% of Bahamians are on socials now. Different Facebook being the most populous one, just for those. I think this intuitively, I think most people know this, but just FYI, I mean, different platforms for different things. If you're going to get into more political or controversial, or I want to say even academic space stuff, Twitter is a great space for that, though it's definitely the least utilized of the big platforms in the Bahamas. But if you were trying to target specific audiences, Twitter is actually really great. Bahamians use LinkedIn a lot more than I thought they did. So don't count out LinkedIn, please. Obviously, Insta, you're starting to skew younger, but the real youngins aren't on Insta anymore. They're on TikTok. Snapchat is still in the game somehow.
I don't know how.
I don't know how, but it is somehow still in the game. They do have great filters. But yeah, but people yeah, that's still on the younger side. Once again, Snap and Insta are kind of like on that like younger millennial, and then once you start getting into that Gen Z, then you're going into TikTok territory. TikTok is a great thing to utilize nonetheless, because you can translate your TikToks over onto both Insta and Facebook. And these days, so that's the other thing. Facebook is not the Facebook you were using a few years ago. Posts are great, but it's all about the real. Like
now you're getting into marketing, digital marketing.
Yeah.
And that's a big faux pas what you just said.
Really?
Oh yeah. You should never post a TikTok on Instagram or an Instagram on TikTok you should use in order to get
Utilize
the
them.
reach, yeah, because it's forever changing. It's like every month, the strategies for marketing on social media are changing. Yeah, every month.
Yeah.
Every month. It's amazing.
It is.
It's just-
I
it's sped
do
up so
not
quickly.
envy, I do not envy digital marketing specialists, which I am not. The format can be utilized, but you're right, the content and the audience is different. So you may not be
Totally
able, you may not be able to.
Even the format is hard, because I remember when Facebook was like much more user friendly, and you could do joint posts between that.
Oh, no, yeah.
And now they don't even translate.
Have you opened up Meta Business Suite? Sometimes I sit there and I look at it like,
It is amazing.
I was like, what a couple minutes ago.
Literally, we could do this full day on Meta
I
Business Suite. Meta
swear.
Business Suite is a real.
And every
thing.
month they've got something coming there. You're like,
It's still so
amazing.
wet.
Yeah,
I don't like Meta.
I don't like Meta either. I don't like Meta, but I have to use it because I do have as one of my free resources Buffer, but I've been finding with Meta making so much changes that I don't find Buffer as
doesn't
effective.
work anymore.
Buffer doesn't work as well as it
Because
used to.
Meta, they're trying to compete with them. They don't want
Yeah.
you to use Buffer. They want
Exactly.
you to use
Yeah,
them.
it's intentional.
Yeah, it was absolutely intentional.
And I think
So-
one thing just be cognizant of with the TikTok situation. Because Meta is trying to outcompete, so they don't share wagging videos that have any watermark, so.
Yeah, yeah.
You can put your logo on a regular video, but even if you put your logo on a reel, they flag it now because they want to make sure that you're not creating your content on another.
As long as you create it on their
Yeah.
platform. So
I
if
was
you
gonna
create a
say-
video on TikTok through their platform and you put your watermark on it, that's okay. Or Facebook, if you do it on the live or whatever, or on the stories and you create it on the reels stuff, that's okay. But they don't want you, I mean, Instagram and Facebook is okay because they go back.
Yeah,
and
they go
forth.
back.
But TikTok, yeah, you can't, it'll lessen your views. They kind of push you out of the.
I'm sorry, I did not mean posting on TikTok to like go post straight through to Facebook. I was saying this, and then you're right, it's not quite the same depending on how you.
Because you can download your Instagram video and then you can repost it on TikTok.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying,
But
is
when
like
you
you
do
make the
that-
bespoke content as a
Right.
short, and then you can use that short on all of those platforms.
But when you
So that's
do
that,
that-
so.
But that's
yes,
what I was
They're
saying.
right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, but now when you do that, you don't get as many views. It will not circulate through the system like how it used to.
So the algorithms, the algorithms are a whole study, and you know, I readily admit that I'm not the person to tell you how to
Even if
maneuver
you-
that.
Even if you didn't know about it, it's.
Next
changes
month,
every
next month, you have something different, it's like.
Can I make just put a pin in that, though? We talked about kind of things that we want to talk about as a sector. That might be a really good kind of deep dive
Yeah.
Sure.
follow-up session that, you know, the comms folks might want to put together so that there can be a collective conversation about how are we using this or what kind of resources
Sure.
might we be able to do? Because I think that's, again, as a small not-for-profit, you've got only so much time to do a thing.
Yeah.
Now it looks like you got to do 4 things where you used to be able to do 1 thing. Are there tools, resources,
Yeah.
other types of things that can be accessed?
How do you adapt content?
Right.
So yeah, because I feel as if like it is difficult, but there is
That's why I was touching that earlier, and I kind of like got the two of them mixed up, the tactical plan with the audience, but that's what we do. Like we say, okay, we need to post certain things on TikTok because we know we'll get a certain audience from that, you know, and that's the same thing. So, I mean, those are things that definitely the other NGOs to learn
Yeah.
to be able to get their information out there.
yeah, generally you won't be utilizing TikTok to reach the same
But
audiences.
TikTok's changed though. This is what I'm saying to you. Before TikTok used to be, no, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
But TikTok used to be like, first it started out with all the dances and stuff like that, right? It was like the, you know, the trendy dance.
Educational content. is
And
actually
now,
really good on
and then it
TikTok.
was like, you know, doing posting videos with music and you would save sounds and all this. Now TikTok to me has now completely become an educational platform.
Mhm.
If you go on TikTok, almost every single video is somebody giving you information on something. It's become a place where people share information.
Or stream.
Now, I have about 5 different streams, okay? I have 5 different streams. And all of them vary, but the majority of them are education. They really are.
So.
There are some that are, but there's very few trending dances. The younger children, they have those ones, but
But actually, no, it's not just, once again, it's like, it's a crazy place. TikTok is a crazy
yeah,
place.
it's crazy.
Because it was just a couple of months ago that they released an article it was an article saying that for ages under 25 and under, TikTok is the biggest search engine.
Yes.
The biggest search engine in the world. They're not going to Google to look for their information. They're going to TikTok. Like we go in and we Google, like, I don't know, what is a tactical plan? They're doing that in TikTok.
Which is dangerous also.
Which is nuts.
Yeah.
But
Because it turns into, you can't believe everything you see on. Right.
yeah, so, it's just, there is a lot of nuance in pulling out digital. Now, what I will once again say is, I guess luckily for us in the Bahamas, it's moving just a tad slower, and Facebook is still the main platform. Now, like I said before, certain audiences, you're gonna want to have to break in to the crazy world of TikTok, but Facebook is still your.
Keisha fought me the whole way. He fought me the whole way, but now she sees it.
This is really fascinating to me because Crisis Center is about to launch, is thinking of launching peace campaign in the primary schools. And one of the things we had on it was TikTok competition, where the children will be asked to develop messages, anti-bullying
Great
messages.
idea.
Yeah.
Great idea.
But what you're saying is that it is not.
No, but the kid, but for the
The great thing about that is you're
yeah.
putting it in the hands of the kids. The kids know what TikTok likes. Better than we do.
I think, get a lot of attention. And it's not a new thing, because in the States, they've done a lot of cyberbullying campaigns.
Yeah.
So hashtag is something.
Sorry,
Oh, if you, otherwise, take it good way.
I did go back.
Sorry, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
This one right here.
yeah, this one. So, I mean, no.
Sorry.
Back? Yeah. Sorry, so I mean, I've listed out, some of the common ways, once again, like I have explainer video campaign, storytelling video campaign, social media challenge / competition. These are maybe some of the main like multimedia ways to really, and engagement-based ways to bring people in. Graphics and infographic campaign, that's a little bit more static, a little bit more manageable for most nonprofits, but it's just not gonna get you as much eyes as a video. I mean, be honest with you. Influencer partnership, of course. I know that a lot of nonprofits have already done this quite a bit, and it's an effective way to increase your reach and to drive persons to your pages by utilizing the reach of persons who already have, a large captive audience. Obviously, your website, as like people forget that this is a part of your digital campaign sometimes, but make sure that your website is looking good. Ultimately, all of these things should be kind of driving persons back to a collective of information, and that is usually on your website.
Can I just make a point there? Something I just learned from a lot of NGOs. Websites are not updated.
No.
They're very old. And that's going to have a huge effect on people finding it. So when people go to Google, say NGOs in Bahamas,
Sure.
If you're not constantly updating your website, you're not going to get those high Google hits. You're not going to be up there in the search engine. And so that's really important to make sure you don't let your website just go like.
But it's also the balance where I think the shift was so much on social.
Yeah.
That people didn't focus back on what the website is, but in the calls to action or the relationship building, whether it be volunteers, attending my program, donating, doing all these things, it's still got to have a central space. And I think we have to reinvest that.
Yeah.
I think that if you have like a newsroom or like a blog or something, and you're constantly updating that is going to be your power right there.
So yes, what JJ said is absolutely right. For
Content.
Yes, content. Search engine optimization. You want to make sure that your website is being constantly updated so that it bounces it up in search engines when they search your keywords. And I don't think that I actually put it in here. There is this not app, but this Yeah, it's an app that helps. It's a free app that I'll look it up, but
It
it's a
helps
free
with
app that helps with
optimization.
optimization. I think it's just called Web Audit. I think it might be called Website Audit or Web Audit. It's a really simple name, but it'll give you tips for how you can better, like, it's an AI once again. But it'll audit your website and give you tips for how you can make your website bump up in the SEO, in the algorithm for SEO.
One of the ways to do it, what I do for clients is like you get people to write about you, get the newspaper to write about you. Tribune Guardian, once it gets posted online, it goes back to your website.
Yes. So having a newsroom is a great way having a newsroom and actively courting media engagement is a great way to have your page consistently updating, essentially.
Also working with partners and collaborators, whatever you do together, it's actually gonna be in their space, your space, so
100%, and tagging each other.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of
hashtags.
Making sure that you have your what's it called? RSS, but the socials feeds on the page as well is huge. And that's a widget most of us are using. Looking out right now. WordPress, that's a widget on WordPress. It's pretty easy to plant on your on your front page, but making sure that you're consistently updating your information, and just from a practical standpoint, making sure that your website is up to date, because I feel as if a lot of the time when I go on websites, the information is simply not up to date, and that's going to turn people off. I know that we think of people as mostly interacting with us over our socials, and that is true. But when someone comes to your site and it isn't up to date, or they can't find things, it's a real turn off. It can really reflect poorly, and people will go to your website more often than you think. So if you're marketing properly, then you have interactive and direct mail. We talked about that as well. Yeah, still on this.
Cut out the flash.
Traditional media, I think that most of us know about this. Radio and TV talk show rounds is a tactic where you just like try to hit a whole bunch of them in a short amount of time, a blitz, if you will, to make sure that and then you do that in regular intervals, because once again, you want to make sure that you're repeated, giving that steady drip of information. This requires maintaining good relationships with the media, because especially if you're going to do this as earned media, not as paid media, which I think most of us are trying to do because, money tight. So yeah, you want to make sure that you are regularly checking in with your contacts. You're building contacts in media relation spaces. If you have it in you, maybe you're taking them out to drink sometimes. It's like heard on good authority, the reporters like a drink. What? They like food too, like all Bay Areas. Obviously, press releases and video news releases. With these, there's a significant difference in the Bahamas and how you would put these together than how you would put them in if you were going for an international audience. In the international space, when I would put together a press release, you're keeping it concise, you're keeping it to the facts, you're making sure it's something that an editor can skim in a very short amount of time, so that they want to but has enough hook that they want to maybe either build it out into a story or include it in something that they're writing, etc. We're here, partially, I think, because the newspapers are understaffed. I'm not going to speculate as to why else. I find that a press release that is built out almost to the point of being a story in and of itself, aka something ready to print. Something ready to print is going to do better. Like, when I first came home after working in media relations in New York, I was writing my Bahamas releases, like my New York releases. They weren't getting printed. I went to my boss and was like, "What's going on here?" And she's like, "Girl, you need to build that out." Like, they don't want to do a whole bunch of the story. But you kind of need to write the story. You are the auxiliary reporter in this regard. So you want your press releases, video news releases, if you have the capacity to do them, and to try to include pictures as well, 3 max. And media pitching for interviews. I say this because I think, and I could do a whole seminar on the art of the pitch as well, but I think that, we send out press releases and just leave it there. You need to be following up on these, and aside from press releases, you need to be media pitching as well. That means that you need to be in contact with those lovely reporters that you've been taking out to drinks and making sure that you're feeding them stories when you're unable to write them for them, interviews that would be interesting that they can give to their editor. And you need to learn how to pitch that in a way that's like, okay, yes, I can take this to my editor and, this can check off, because they got a lot of things to write in the course of the day, right? So they could check off one of their stories, one of their quotas for the day. And the art of the pitch, go in with an email, follow up with a phone call. Always make sure that the email headline is catchy, but doesn't sound too cliche. I know that that's very vague. You want to make sure that your pitch is short. And I will say media pitching, the best way to pitch is to know who you're pitching to. This comes down to audience once again. Like I always find that obviously knowing which beat you are, the beat, sorry, is the topic, the category. So your beat might be the arts and culture or environment or, social issues, different reporters will cover different beats. Here, it's not quite so segmented out. If you do have an international audience, some of you might have international media within your portfolio, you will want to make sure that you're more segmented out. Research who's been writing on the topic that you're about to pitch on most at the paper that you want to pitch at. Actually read maybe their last 3 articles so that you have an idea of what interests them, what they want to write on, and actually quote that in your pitch. Hey, I saw that you've really been zoning in on coral farms recently. In the Bahamas, we last year launched a new coral farm, and it's going to be it's cutting edge. Like it goes way beyond the one that you looked at in Tuvalu, something like that. Like, you want to make sure that you are really zoning in on what interests them. You are catering, like you do not mass email pitch. Never, never, never. Pitches are individual to the reporter that you're paying. And that means they can be a lot of work. Luckily for us, we only have a few. We only have a few media houses here, so it doesn't have to be a huge amount of work. If you are, once again, pitching internationally, that's about to be a lot of work. Get your interns to do that first, that legwork in the beginning. And
on the local side too, though, I would point out one, WhatsApp is obviously your friend.
Yes.
Recognizing and giving acknowledgement to the journalists when it's not about your story.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wrote a really good piece about blank, just, hey, love that article.
Absolutely.
Just again, it shows a little bit of like, we're seeing what you're doing.
Yes.
The other is
outside of when you're asking them for things.
The other is complete the picture. So when you do get the initial interview or whatever, tell them about your cause, your case. What is the thing behind the scenes? Why? I mean, this thing, it's going to be in your media thing. But it's like if they have a backdrop of like what we're trying to do or what Eleuthera means in south of Eleuthera and what the difference is, all of a sudden when your thing comes forward, it's got a context. The benefit of our market is there's not that many people out there and they are looking for content and they have to turn it around so quickly. So if they are armed with knowing your organization, the general principles and reasons behind its existence, and then now the new thing you just gave them, they're probably more likely to take that thing and turn it around very quickly because they're confident that it's not coming out of left field.
Yeah.
Like
as you build investment, then they'll start coming to you, right? So,
I'll say this too, for us, we have a collective responsibility for the sector.
Yeah.
And I've tried to do that, independently to encourage them to be pursuing the other areas of the sector. So equally, each of us has this responsibility.
Of course, there's paid advertising. The extent of advertising really falls under comms is debated, but I include it because, for starters, most of us are like a one-man show, two-man show, so might as well include it. You don't have a separate advertising team, but obviously advertising paid on digital, I highlight once again, best bang for buck. You can, go far with $200 and $300 a month sometimes. Even less.
That's a lot of money.
Huh?
That's a lot of money for social media.
I was a nonprofit.
Yes.
Like,
No, but I mean, that's also a huge, but like, that gives you a lot of advertising.
sometimes I've lost scale because I'm with government. Yeah, but yeah, no, that really honestly, for like small amounts of money, you can go very, very far, like, really boosting like a particular post, you're only spending a couple of dollars on a post.
If we get like a reach of 10, 20,000 people in 1 week, then $30.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The social media dosing is really good. I mean, you just, the one is good because you actually extend the reach based on who you're selected.
Yes, you can
The other
select your
thing,
audience.
too, is that the way it's set up, even if you have 1,000 likes on your page, just because you post on your page doesn't mean that everybody's always gonna see it.
Yeah,
So boosting it means that you reach those people and everybody else.
absolutely.
Yes.
And I mean, another great thing about boosting that I don't think that everybody uses is what's called A/B testing. So that allows you to actually maybe format your post or your video in 2 different ways, and it'll come back after a certain amount of time, come back and tell you which one is performing better. And that's actually a great way to learn how to make your posts better. So if you're finding that, oh, I thought, these funny videos we were doing were like really gaining traction, but actually it turns out educational videos are the thing, then you can to shift up your strategy.
But also, in the analytics of your post, you can actually now see how long people are watching your video. Which is
Yes.
a very helpful tool. So you can
Huge.
see out of the audience that you have, what percentage watched 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and what was the longest time that somebody watched. And you'll find that if you post a 30-second video, the average watch time would be about 3 to 5 seconds. So that's where you realize, okay, I have to get my message in the first 3.
Like you really need to.
I will say that there's
Like,
we found there's a tremendous value, again, based on the kind of the things we talk about, they're kind of longer form things. But Stefan, during COVID, really launched our digital stuff, and we were working very much on like these live sessions where you wouldn't get the greatest response. But then once we put it out there, I mean, people watching it on their own term and time, not only the engagement blossomed, but the timeline by which they did. So giving people content they can use in their own space also has part of that process. So there's the engagement video or the I'm going to sit with it, learn a little bit video, and both, if you target the right platform, come out very powerful.
And I mean, obviously coming from radio, but remember, radio is right then and there.
Right.
Television is right then and there. After that, it's gone. So if you missed it in that 30 seconds or that 1 minute or 10 minutes, it's gone. Social media, it's there forever.
You got that longevity. Yeah.
So that's something to always think about, especially with nonprofits. Obviously, we have very, very, very restrictive budgets. So when it's coming down to making decisions on where you're going to spend your advertising money for marketing these different things, that's something to always put into.
Absolutely. And with that said, TV and radio is obviously an option for advertising. It's obviously much more expensive than social media, but depending on different certain audiences, it can be your best choice. Like if you're dealing with certain age groups and economic brackets that may not have may not regularly be in high-speed internet, for example. Most people have ZNS, so having a TV at home isn't as common as you might think.
I'm just gonna go check with them to see how long.
Obviously, the morning and evening drives are a great way to have a captive audience. Like, they're not going anywhere except to another radio station. And then out of home, which is a lesser space, but it once again, this is like specialized, I want to say, to a certain extent. So that's your signage, your billboards, your murals. They can actually have a huge impact, but obviously they're static, and depending on where you have them, they can be expensive as well. But if you have real estate or have someone who's willing to donate a wall or something like that, and you're able to put that up, they can have a really huge impact, especially for awareness campaigns, for example. They're really, really.
By 4:15, they're going to release the hounds.
Okay, all right. It's like, such a great thing. Like other tactics that you can utilize, not stunt marketing, which I think people forget.
is a thing because we think of that as being like Mad Men back in the day. Stunt marketing still happens. Just maybe perhaps more subtly, but obviously you got your flash mobs, maybe your art installations, your invisible theater, these kinds of things. But stunts can be anything from, I think, which was it, Nando's is a restaurant, a chicken restaurant, and they had this.
Oh, Nando's with the spicy sauce.
Yeah, the very chicken.
Yeah, well, so with their spicy sauce, they had this thing where they had people sign a waiver before tasting the spicy sauce. Obviously, it's not actually harmful to you, but it like just created this whole buzz that, oh, whoa, Nando's stuff is so spicy. Like, it's like, I'm going to go try it, that kind of thing. I mean, stunt marketing can be things like a spicy challenge for a restaurant, for example. Like, we have the spiciest curry in the world. Can you handle it? If you can get through a bowl of our curry, we will give you free meals for a month or something like that. Like these kinds of things are stunt marketing. They can go a long way depending on how you utilize them. Obviously you want to make sure that you're utilizing them correctly. You're going for the shock value, but you're managing that and making sure that what you're doing leads back to what your messaging is, because it doesn't make any sense to just go out there and shock people for no reason. You really need to make sure that it in some way drives people very concretely back to your messaging and upholds that.
Nice bucket challenge.
I still don't remember what that was for though.
It was for ALS.
Yeah.
ALS. Well, okay, good. Some people
And
remember.
brought
So it
awareness.
works.
A lot of people didn't even know what
Yeah.
ALS was until the ice bucket. So that was pretty powerful.
But it's also like the rubber wristband. At a certain point, it was co-opted and everybody did their thing and all.
But originally, yeah.
Yeah.
So these kinds of things are stunt marketing. Speakers tours, which I actually, people underestimate once again, but Bahamians are very in-person people. And I think that making sure that you have forums, I mean, speakers tours is one way, but having in-person forums to touch people is actually still really big in the Bahamas. You shouldn't count it out. You shouldn't entirely, and whether that is going in on the Rotary circuit or some other kind of circuit like that, whether that is going into town halls, like the MP town halls, or if that's like literally walking the street with your plant pamphlets, which is time consuming. That is very, 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 very personnel resource, but really works. That is still an option that people forget. Collateral marketing, similar to out of home, but more small and in hand. Your posters, your signs, your pamphlets, your pins, your t-shirts, your bands, these kinds of things. Don't count them out. Remember to have them. They're smaller. They usually go in tandem with your event marketing, etc. But don't forget that. And then of course, partnerships. I put corporate partnership here. And I'm not talking about sponsorship, but that's more like, if you partner with using other partners' visibility, essentially. It's almost like utilizing an influencer, but instead it's a corporate space. So for example, if RBC is one of your partners and you say, oh, at the Wicket, people don't go to the Wicket anymore. At the ATMs, can we put these signage right next to the ATMs in all of your branches? That people come to the ATM, people aren't trying to walk, go to the Wicket anymore. This kind of people.
That's where the point exactly.
What exactly? Sorry.
I don't know what a Wicket is.
Sorry, I used to work at the bank, and that is what we actually called it. We called it the Wicket. But it's the.
Oh, you mean the teller?
The teller. Yeah, the teller.
The teller booth.
The teller booth. Yeah, the person, the actual teller.
Similar to corporate partners we think about what the place name, airport. NAD, what they've been doing is, NAD essentially doesn't have any money to give any kind of sponsorship. But what they've done is they give nonprofits, charities space.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know if they still have it, but over this time they had that like glass box and they gave it to one charity per month and they had they just kind of
They stopped rotating it.
advertise that.
I think it's actually now for an organization that isn't even Bahamian.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Oh, no, that is awful.
Yeah.
That's that is great. Oh, no, that's not. That is disgusting.
Yeah, that's too bad. But that's a good example. That is a good example. Utilizing partners in that regard, and that can mean that technically a lot of those examples come under out of home advertising as well. But just not paid. Because, you know, another thing is, was it home furniture at one point in time, which charity did they have that they were allowing them to put it on? Or what's it called? The garbage trucks that had the Cancer Society painted on it, Bahamas Waste,
Yeah,
you
they
know,
had
had their,
garbage trucks
had their,
for each charity, so they had Bahamas Waste, I mean, they had,
the Cancer
Cancer
Society.
Society, they had Humane Society, they had the Bahamas National Trust,
Autism,
autism.
reach, they have reach.
So, you know, you can get really creative.
Giant crane out by Arawaki that's in pink.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can, you know, depending on like how creative you're willing to be, corporate partnerships, I mean, they have the resources, we don't have resources, so utilizing their resources as sponsors to get your
And
message
just going
across
back,
is huge.
again, we talked about this before, but just to throw it out there again, your board members are spending in for media. Their businesses are spending to get on the radio, to get their ads, to get their things that when they make their annual expenditure decision, talk to them about leveraging that. And then when they go and say, hey, we're gonna get 4 ads on Guardian, ask them to up it and see that they'll pay for 1/5 of them, or one of those goes to your organization. So you have that kind of in your pocket throughout the year to know, oh, I can do 2, you know, quarter-page ads in the Tribune. I can do 4 radio ads. I can do X, Y, Z. So
Or
having
like
those
packages, like annual packages,
Right.
and get them to insert a campaign and.
and designate some. So using and leveraging that. Similarly, if you have, you know, 10 of your or 4 of your board members, of your 10 board members are all making purchases at a time, they can also go to those media houses and say, hey, we represent this much business. Can you support my organization, X, Y, Z? So getting those are easy partnerships for them. But they don't typically think about how to operate that way.
But you know what's really interesting though, Matt? Press releases that I used to write, just even 2 months ago, sometimes I'm getting, no, that's an ad. And yet, sad enough to say that's an ad, but Cape of Bahamas and another station will go, no, they'll print it. So, or vice versa. So and when you write your message, you have to switch it up based on, it could be the same content, but your lead in should be different. But the other thing too about the newspapers, and what you said is great, they're looking at, we only have this much real estate, and no, you can't have it. Because they want it for paid.
Yeah, it's not very easy anymore to get free spaces. I mean, I'm saying that, and yet some organizations have these really great long historical relationships. They will continue to get spaces in there. But for those smaller organizations or ones that are established or don't have those, or relationships fell away, trying to build on that concept that the media houses are losing money and they really are putting a premium on it, leverage in who's spending that likes you, that can go ahead and do that.
I would just let keep people go.
Right.
It's the times, things are changing, and you know, traditional media is really suffering right now.
It really is.
So
Traditional media is suffering and the phone company is suffering to survive.
But they are also technically a resource for distribution as well, actually, because you
They
can do
are.
those text back,
They
text
are,
blasts.
of course, but I would think.
But ERCO only allows you to do it with one company, so you have to choose which one you want.
Yeah, I would encourage though that until they figure out what they're doing with their merger, it's actually quite difficult to figure out how to work with them.
Yeah.
I think once they figure it out, it'd be great, but not now.
So I think
I'm gonna wrap up here.
There it
I
is.
think that the rest of it just kind of, you will have these slides, and the last slide has some of those tools that I was talking about, your ChatGPT, your Asana, Canva, MailChimp, Send and Boom, Buffer, obviously Google Ads, and honestly just all Google tools, all of them, Google Analytics.
That's in my presentation.
It's in the presentation. For like explainer videos, there's Powtoon and InVideo. Sorry, I didn't finish typing here. TikTok. Well, because TikTok actually has some good, like, what's it called? Video editing. Like, you know, and you can essentially like trick, like pro trick, you can like essentially edit and then download, right? And you don't necessarily have to have the TikTok watermark on that. So it can be a tool for video editing if you use it right. If you want to use that format kind of thing. But then there's Pexels and Unsplash and Powtoons in video that also allow for editing. Sorry, no, Pexels is
Excuse me.
Mhm.
Excuse me. Yes, I have my hand raised.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry, Dr. Jean-Pierre.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's been so interesting. Yeah. It's a quick question. What is your thought on a paid fundraiser? Like you want to pay someone to conduct a fundraising for you. I know sometimes people get paid on, people get a commission based on what they make. Is this something that you will advise? What's your thought on that, please?
So I have to say that the international or the Association of Fundraising Professionals really speaks out specifically on fundraisers that take a commission. If there's an event company that will put on a golf event and they have a very specific, they have their budget. This is what you're going to pay because they'll do the logistics and cover the course of the cost of the course and all these types of things. And you then, will work on your fundraising above and beyond that. That's pretty clear. That's like any vendor. But if a fundraiser comes on board and says, hey, if I raise 80,000, I'm going to keep 20% of it. If I raise 100,000, I'm going to keep 30% of it. It's really not very ethical in that way. I think there are components that come into it that's like they're not really raising money necessarily for a mission. They're driving and getting a certain amount of money, and the way that they do that might not be building the kind of relationships that might be long-term beneficial. So the Association of the Professionals for Fundraising would say it's not necessarily ethical. At that same point, you're a small organization, and this is how you're going to get your start. Yeah, you may have to make that choice.
Is that just widely accepted in the United States, or is that Canada and the United States?
Well, mostly UK, Canada, places. There have been some really bad scenarios where people came in with that kind of a model, and what you'll see in some spaces is that percentage of what I'm going to keep and what the charity gets is much more in favor of the person or the company than the actual charity. So there was, I don't know if you remember, there was a charity in the States that was all about the lost kids.
Yep.
Everywhere, lost kids, got you on the street, talked to you about lost kids, on the back of milk things, lost kids. And it was 92% was going to the company, and 8% was split across 2 or 3 charities. And the demonstrative of how those monies were spent and that they actually helped to do something for lost kids was not ever really clear. And so that's obviously in the thing. But if somebody's coming aboard and is willing to work for a certain amount, regardless of what that is, then they're going to be legitimately doing the things that are necessary, and the charity should have a level of expectation of what it gets.
Yeah.
It's a little bit clearer. It's a little bit more.
Essentially, you set your price and say, this is how much I would charge you to do this work.
Right.
And that's the end of it. Because to your point about that in the US, the reality is that we have to follow those best practices here, because many nonprofits here set 501c3s in the US, so you can actually access international funding. And we have to, even though technically you're not setting the same business, if you are not following best practices on this side, chances are you're going to be doing something shady with the money coming in. And when you do your reporting, the IRS is going to pick up on that.
Well, also your donor. So if I like you as an organization, I'm going to give your organization whatever I'm going to give you. If I know that I'm giving you that amount of money, and you're giving 40% of it to Shantez because she's working as your agent, it's a little bit of a different thing. Like you want somebody to give a donation because it takes this much to use for us to help XYZ. We may have our understanding of what we need to spend administratively to make that happen. But when you're using kind of a for-pay person or service, it gets a little fuzzy, and the long-term benefit tends to not really be on the side of the organization. Right. Does that answer your question, Dr. Jean-Pierre?
Yes, I'm trying not to because I wonder if so let's say you have a cause that is very important, you want to support, but your group just don't have the resource or the knowledge, whatever it takes to collect funds that are necessary to carry the task. And approaching funders is really, as you can see, you've been showing that it's not like a piece of cake because there is money out there, and to have access to those money to help those people who are in need, it is not granted. But let's say some people who put his or her time to know how to do that, and an organization, and then they charge an organization some percentage to help them reach what they want to, to conduct, to do what they want to do. I wonder, so yeah, I'm just wondering how come it can be seen as something.
So, Dr. Jean-Pierre, we're gonna pick up the fundraising conversation next week and talk a little bit about grant fundraising and corporate fundraising. So let's put a pin in that and then
Okay.
next week, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll make sure. Yeah, I'll try my best not to be on site. To be on.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to quickly say thank you so much to Shantez for all the information. These materials, some of you have received them already. We'll be putting them online, so they'll be accessible with the recording of the session. For all the folks online, we really appreciate it. For all the folks in person, we appreciate it. Those people that are in Nassau next week, please come and join us. We got lots of space, some good food and good fellowship. For those of us that are Family Island, continue to follow us and chime in, but it is next Thursday, the 25th from 10 to 3:30. Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye, Matt.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, I'd love to. Yeah. Thank you so much. I don't know if you remember me. Yeah. Matt, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is
Sunday to see you again.
I wish I had to come to the earlier ones.
Well, they all are online, but I mean, again, the hope is that this is a kickoff. We were able to get some support to make this happen, and hopefully we can do more of them.
Yeah, this
But
is
we kind of have to have it, it would be better if it's actually more informed by what we all think the things are, and then we can go back and do some more substantial.
Yeah, because there's like so many ways to brand.